Perfect. Okay, so it is 7:05. We can call the meeting to order, and I'll do the land recognition. All right. We acknowledge that Western University is located on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape, and Attawandaron peoples on lands connected with the London Township and Sombra Treaties of 1796 and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum. With this, we respect the longstanding relationships that Indigenous nations have to this land as they are the original caretakers. We acknowledge historical and ongoing injustices that Indigenous peoples endure in Canada, and we accept responsibility as a public institution to contribute toward revealing and correcting miseducation, as well as renewing respectful relationships with Indigenous communities through our teaching, research, and community service. We also acknowledge that we are not all on the same territory tonight and encourage everyone to spend some time learning about the territory on which you are currently living. All right, next is O Canada. Oh, sorry. We had to cut that one a bit short, my bad. We can now do the Western song. Mackenzie, I appreciate your singing. I could tell it was playing. Buffering. Sorry, I'll just let it load.
Fuck's sake, man.
All right. Next up, we'll do roll call, and I'll go back to the Turning Point code. It's October 2020, in case anybody needs that, so please go mark yourself as present.
Eva, I shared a Google Sheet with you to use to record Josh's votes, and I'll just add it to the official record after.
Okay, was that over my USC email, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'll go do that now. Thank you.
Okay, has anybody not been able to vote yet?
I texted you.
Oh, Emily said she wasn't able to get in yet, but she's still trying.
Like to the Zoom call at all or to Turning Point?
She's having like horrible internet issues at her house. Like she had to like phone call me.
Oh, she can phone call into the meeting if that works, like, because then she doesn't need any internet.
Okay, is it like, how do I tell her that? Like what was it?
The phone number is at the top of the council agenda.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Sorry, Elias, you're having troubles with Turning Point? Okay, perfect. Okay, if nobody else is having any other issues, then we can go on to comments from the chair. I think the only thing I have for you tonight is at ACOSC, we decided that just for each of the motions, when we're voting, we're going to limit it to 2 minutes just to be respectful of people's time. So please make sure you're paying attention so you can vote within the 2-minute period we've allotted, and just message me if you have any tech difficulties or anything, because then obviously in that case we're happy to wait and make sure you're able to get your vote in. And next up we have approval of the agenda. All right, so I'll look for a mover in favor of approving the agenda.
Councillor Bisworth,
Thank
move
you.
to approve.
And the seconder.
Megan?
Yeah.
I just have to, there's a couple amendments. I have 2 amendments I was wanting to make to this just before we approve it.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was just going to get a seconder and then we could do amendments.
Sorry?
All good.
Okay, perfect, perfect. Is that okay if I hop into the first one then?
Yeah, sure. Do you want to second the agenda?
Sorry, I think my internet's being weird.
All good. Do you want to second the agenda?
So, like second it and then amend it?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I can second it.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, and what amendments did you want?
So the first one was we're motioning to amend the student bursary fund motion to basically sub out there's the appendix C that is in it. So we're basically wanting to just update it with a new version of that same appendix, just with a small change, which is I sent over to you, and we have the highlighted version. So we just wanted a motion for that.
Okay, can we get a seconder for the proposed amendment?
Councillor Mendez.
All right, thanks. Does anybody have any objections to making this amendment? Please just feel free to speak up and say your name, just for the sake of time. Okay, does anybody want to abstain from voting on the proposed amendment? Okay, if there's no abstentions or objections, we can add that. Are there any other amendments?
I just had one more, Megan.
Yeah.
It's just a quick clerical one, but we're asking if we can move the UCRU presentation to the end. So just flip it to the bottom of it and then just bump everything up one, just for a timing standpoint.
Okay.
For the presentation.
Okay, sounds good. Can we get a seconder for that amendment?
Councillor Ali.
All right, thanks. Are there any objections to the proposed amendment? Would anybody like to abstain from voting on the proposed amendment? Okay, and then are there any further amendments to the agenda? Okay, if nobody has anything else, then are there any objections to passing the agenda as amended? Does anybody want to abstain from voting on the agenda as amended?
Megan, I have Turning Point open for the approval of the agenda.
Oh, okay, perfect. Then we can just vote there.
Also, Megan and Dana, I don't know if either one of you is already doing this, but I did start a timer, so I can time this stuff and just close the vote.
Okay, I was just keeping an eye on the clock, but that works too. Okay, we can move on to approving the minutes. Our minutes are just from our previous council meeting. And can we vote on turning point for this one as well, Melissa?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
We do need a mover and seconder, though, for the approval of the minutes.
Oh, right, sorry. Okay, can we get a mover in favor of approving the minutes?
Councillor Mendes.
Thanks. And can we get a seconder?
Councillor Folia.
Okay, thank you. Now we can vote. My apologies.
Was there an amendment?
Are we approving July's minutes now? Sorry.
No, that's a typo in the motion. The minutes on the agenda are correct.
Yeah, they're from the previous one.
Sorry, that's me in turning point. It says July instead of September.
The link in the agenda is right though, right?
Yes, the link in the agenda is correct.
Okay, if everybody's had a chance to vote, then we can move on to our first presentation. So VP Governance and Finance, St. Pierre, whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Do you mind if I share my screen, Megan, or are you going to show the presentation?
Whichever works best for you. You sent me the slides, right?
Yeah, it was in the original slide deck doc. Or the, sorry, when the agenda went out, it was with it.
Oh, right. Okay, true. I'll just pull that up then. Sorry, I'll just. Okay, got it.
Awesome. Let's give that a second to load. Okay, I'll give a bit of a preamble. This is loading up. For this specific presentation, I'll be giving a presentation about the bylaw 2 revisions. I'll kind of give an overarching premise of what the reasoning for it is, and then I'll go into the actual detailed presentation. So you'll see this is kind of a twofold, especially with the motion that's coming forward later on. The bylaw 2 revisions are specifically for more clerical issues and stuff that we've seen in the past with timing and logistics. But if you go to the actual Election Governance Committee violations policy, that was a previous piece of the bylaw 2 that we were pulling out to its own policy. So I'll give a bit of a background of this piece. This is the biggest piece that we always amend year to year. And something that we do in the USC a lot is amend bylaw 2, which is fairly problematic when you look at governance structures and the reasoning why we're pulling it out into a separate policy. Our bylaws shouldn't be reviewed every year, and that's a constant issue that we find. And that's the reason why we were pulling this policy out specifically. And there's been edits done as well. I'll give a bit of a background. We have worked with the CRO and Melissa a lot on this kind of breakdown and revisions. I worked through it many times. It went through the committee on a discussion basis, and this is also a premise of agenda itself. So agenda committee does own these revisions as a bylaw. So I'll just give a heads up when we get to the actual motion. We're looking not to do revisions on the floor of the bylaw, but if there's any concerns, we can obviously address it then and send it back to committee if there's grave concerns on the amendments to the bylaw itself. Just because of bylaws, it gets a little tricky when you get the lawyers involved. And obviously the board of directors needs to be involved as well. So I'll just premise that piece of this. Also, Megan, do you want to jump to the next 2 slides? Awesome. Yeah, so this is just a general vision statement. I'll just premise it again. The vision statement's fairly core to the USC. Bylaw 2 is the core to our elected representation. This is something that we hold very highly, obviously, within the USC and gives us the ability to run the way we do. So Megan, do you want to just go to the next slide? The big changes on this slide you'll see itself are more logistical. Because of the reading week with the vice presidential elections, the days have been changed to 10. This is just something that's been happening because of consultation base. I'll just jump down to the campaign periods have changed to add the additional 2 days. Again, this is more logistics based. And then you'll see the constituent piece. If you go to the original bylaw 2, it references bylaw 1, when in fact within this change, there shouldn't be a bylaw 1 because it directly goes to council composition policy anyways. So it's just skipping the step that was already allocated in there. Megan, if you want to go to the next slide. So you'll see for this is again clerical. The senior manager finance is just a new name that we've assigned to our senior manager. But when you get to 7.6, the piece about the executives is earlier in the bylaw, it references the fact that the executive or any person running for an election has to be a student within the current year of study and a semester before that as well. And you'll see that within this policy, it contradicts itself when it says an executive can't run for a position when we inherently already are not students. So it's just clarifying on that piece on that end. Megan, you want to go to the next one? This is going to be me just rolling through this quickly, hopefully. And this piece, this is kind of the bigger adjustment that we've made because of the year of COVID. You'll see in 9.1.2, it says in the event of extraordinary circumstances that undermine legitimacy elections, we add an EGC accountability piece that goes back to the bylaws. The reason for that is because of the transition. Online elections this year is one of the biggest things. There's a number of decisions that need to be made by EGC because of the shift. It still has council as the general authority, but it does give some of EGC the power when extreme circumstances, let's say a flood. It's a lot about force majeure and what extraordinary circumstances really are, and that's more material than anything. And then the CRO piece of this, it's just moving this as a policy in our bylaw to the CRO terms of reference, which should already been outlined previously. So Megan, if you want to go to the next slide. So you'll see the big change here is 11.0. So if you look back to our bylaw 2 originally, 11.0 was the rules for elections, referendum, plus a bit. It's now been moved over to a separate policy, and that's the reasoning for the change, and that's something that's been amended year to year, and the reason why we're moving it out. Megan, if you want to go to the next one. And then this is more clerical again, just changing the wording on the fact that there's 5 minutes allowed at council. It was a bit of a new change just because of this year's new vice presidential elections. So that was the adjustment there. Megan, go to the next one. And this piece is just to address the fact if we do have to go online, there's the ability to vote online instead of in person. And that's just, again, changes that happen this year and should be long-term as well. You can keep going, Megan. And one more. So this is the actual elections policy, which was the old rules for elections plus a bit, elections, obviously, and referenda. So you'll see a lot of this is just clarifying wording. We got to the point with this policy that it starts to become very, very specific into certain wording, and we're just clearing it up and adding it to more of a governance-based structure. And this just, it kind of clarifies a lot of it. So you'll see the responsibility of candidates change. This was mainly because outlined in the actual 2.3, it says the candidates must satisfy the committee, and the next 2 points already account for that. So that's the reason we removed those 2 pieces. 2.4.1, it's just changing the fact that it already addresses that existing policy exists, and we just added the affiliates to the actual paragraph, which was already in 2.4.1. It's just clarifying things as an overall review. And then the last piece of this is 2.5. It mentions social media platforms. That's something that has been a concern in the past, has never been included in the bylaws themselves. So it's just discussing the virtue of office. So if you're any form of leadership on campus and you use that leadership position on the social media platform, you can be used within the bylaws, which has never been allowed before, but it has been recommended by the EGC moving forward. So I'll move down to 12. Thank you, Megan. This is fun to say, keep moving down. Yeah, so 2.5.2, it's a lot of just clarifying again that the USC executive, associate vice presidents, interns, coordinators cannot be a part of election or take place in endorsing a candidate. You'll see, unless they take a leave of absence. That's already been descriptive in the next two paragraphs. We're just removing that and making it clear in the first paragraph. Non-soliciting USC executives, again, just making it clear that you can only consult with USC executives and not use them as kind of that endorsement piece. It's fairly clear in the next 2 points, but I wanted to make it clear by the wording in the 2.6. Yeah. All right, Megan, next one. Pre-campaigning. So this one, I'll just like hold up on for a second. Pre-campaigning has been an issue in the past. This has been something that's been addressed a number of times. So what I'll clarify in this is the 2.9 piece. This was an old slide deck from before agenda committee. For the actual bylaw amendments, if you go in the documents sent out, the to produce and has been removed. So all it says now is candidates are not permitted to distribute campaign materials prior to campaign period. When we started getting into the 2.9.1, and Melissa can vouch for this as well on that piece, is that it started getting very convoluted on how we'd actually interpret these bylaws. And the reason for the general terms was to give EGC the ability to interpret that based on what they saw fit during the elections and set precedent themselves, instead of prescripting what that would actually sound like. Megan, you can go to the next one. The rest of this is, again, clerical, just adding certain pieces that became their own points into different pieces. Nothing's really changed materialistically in this. Megan, go to the last one. And then the last one, again, is just clarifying that this is something that shouldn't be in a policy itself anyways, and allocating the fact that this is now a policy itself. So I'm not sure how much time I have left, but I'm able to take questions on this right now.
3 minutes. Oh, yeah, 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, so if anybody has anything, you can just go ahead and turn your mic on.
Councilor Beltran, I've got a question about section 2.5.1. When you mentioned the addition of the social media platforms, are we just assuming that's the part where any platform that comes by virtue of having a position of leadership, not like your own personal social media that you use for your position?
Yeah, so it's to the general point of, if you had a Facebook page that you got by the virtue of the position you got, you're not promoting yourself as a political candidate on that platform. Rather than if you're using your own personal accounts, we obviously are not able to jurisdict that at all, and we're not trying to get into that game as well.
Okay.
Councilor Prue, I was just wondering if you could explain the difference, and I believe it was 2.5 from what you presented to originally to the Governance and Finance Committee.
Yeah, for sure. Just the pre-campaigning part, Amber?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So the big difference here is when we didn't, Megan, I don't know if you're able to go down to the pre-campaigning piece. I think it should be in the elections policy. If you go down one more, I believe it's there. Yeah, right here. So 2.8, you'll see that the change that happened, right now it says candidates are not permitted to produce and distribute campaign materials prior to campaign period. But to produce we talked about it at GNF committee, it became a bit of an issue because we're not sure how to define how to produce something, whether it's intellectual property, physical materials. So we got to the point at agenda committee that we were able to remove this. So now it only says candidates are not permitted to distribute campaign materials. And it gives us the ability to better monitor that, but also not have to worry about actual, if let's say somebody wanted to create a poster prior to the campaign period, obviously this in some instances is allowed, but because we couldn't monitor that as well, that's why we changed that agenda, if that clarifies.
Okay, if anybody has any further questions, we'll just need a motion to extend the question period. But you're welcome to if you have more questions. Okay, if there's no other questions, then thank you for the presentation. I think you're up again, actually.
Megan, do you have my online elections slide deck? It's very short, so.
Did you email it to me?
I think I did, but I can also pull it up if you need me to.
Okay. Let me see.
I've made you a co-host, so you can share your screen if you want to.
Megan, I'll just share my screen then, if that's okay.
Okay, yep, that works.
Okay. Awesome. So I'll preface this presentation. We left 10 minutes because you'll see there's only 2 slides. That was on purpose. I'll preface this presentation with the fact that obviously we are in a different world now. Elections will become very different within the next semester. I think we can all appreciate that. And from a health and safety standpoint, we know that a lot of people are starting to make decisions about how they want to run this year, maybe starting to plan out some of those different aspects of campaign teams. I think most of the executive understands that, as well as the CRO and DRO. So the decision has been made to move elections online. There's going to be a lot more questions than answers to we have at this point. We're working with the Middlesex London Health Unit and Western itself to make sure that this is accessible and fair to all students. And we're trying to better understand the environment that's going to happen. But I think the purpose of this presentation was to garner questions from council themselves so we can better understand what we're doing moving forward. And I just wanted to open up the floor. You'll see my next slide is literally questions. So I'll open up the floor to any questions or concerns that attending counselors have at the point. And Melissa's also going to be taking a special set of notes for this specific section so she can take them back to the CRO and DRO, just better understand that and present to council in the future. So I'll just open it up the floor right now, Megan, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is on the call as well, so I think we're all going to be paying attention to what questions you have so that we can get the answers for you.
Megan, do you want us to type our name in the chat, or are we good to just kind of shout out questions as we have them?
You can just see how it goes. Like, oh,
Pardon me?
sorry, my computer is weird. Sorry, but yeah, we can just, if it's not an issue with people just saying their names, we can do it that way. But if it becomes an issue, then we can just switch to the chat. But we can just start with names.
Okay. Counselor Ali. Surprise, surprise. Okay. So I have a question about accessibility. So in the last election period, voter turnout went down again from like 26 to 22. I mean, obviously, you know, like big question, but how are you, what's the general basis plan for ensuring that voter turnout doesn't dip even more because we're in an online format? I guess my concern would be, you know, people learn a lot about the USC elections from just the physical, you know, parts of it, you know, the candidates being in the UCC atrium and posters and debates and things that disrupt the space and make students realize there's an election even happening. So, I mean, obviously this is going to be a question that you're going to be answering in the coming months, but what is kind of the game plan as of now in terms of ensuring that voter turnout doesn't take even more of a hit?
Oh my God. Eva?
Wait. Clark. Interesting. Yeah, so Eva, that's a great question. I would say the big piece of this, I'll address it in a bit of a 3-part process. So I agree that comms is always a bit of a struggle on any campaign and any election period. I think we can all agree that getting people out to vote is a constant struggle at any level of elections. There's kind of 3 parts that we're working on right now. Right now, we're working on a campaign school with the CRO and DRO section to help candidates better understand the environment they're getting into, but also hopefully help elevate those voices. The other part of this is we're also working on a Get Out to Vote campaign, a much more extensive Get Out to Vote campaign that's been done in the past. Cam's team is currently working on that. And then there's also, I think there's one other thing. We're looking at increasing accessibility through like an elections toolkit as well. So each of the executives and I think a few of the CIA are actually working on certain toolkits to help campaign and help elections, and they're promoted out through our social media platforms, which hasn't really been done in the past as well. And so we're working on those kind of 3 fronts right now. I think it's going to be a continued strategy. I don't think this is a question that won't go away. And it's going to be something that long-term legitimacy of the USC will see, and that's never going to be a problem. So I agree with that. We'll write that down as well.
Counselor Bennett, am I good to go? I just wanted to ask, kind of piggybacking off of Eva, obviously a lot of elections, like campaign time is about kind of disrupting space and, like Eva said, getting people to know that things are actually happening. And a big portion of that is all of the events, not only in faculties, but also through the USC that are put on for candidates who are running and for general students to kind of hear platforms, hear opinions, talk to their proposed representatives. Are you planning on shifting everything online, or are you looking to kind of have a modified schedule? Do you know what's happening there?
Very good question. I won't answer the direct specifics on that. I think a lot of the conversation's been around doing something in person if we can, and it's safe to do so. It's going to be, I think the goal is, though, from the general side of if the student at large piece of it, and making sure that all the consultations and all those in-person events aren't happening because it's just a health and safety risk at this point. But moving forward, I think there's some ability to be flexible in how we do this. And like if the good examples, we're looking into platforms for, let's say, debates, but we can also possibly do some through our productions team, which has done a number of safe events so far. So those are considerations that we're having right now, and obviously a conversation we're having at AGC. Melissa, do you have anything else to add on that one? Because that's a bit of a blend on between the two.
Yeah, I can build a little bit. So a lot of it is going to depend on where the COVID numbers are, what the health unit says we're allowed to do, and what the university says we're allowed to do. So I'm working with Julia and we've been doing a lot of like contingency planning. So we have considered, what if we have to do everything online? What does that look like? If our debate is online and we have to live stream it, like if we're not allowed to gather at all, what do we do? And then, as Mark said, kind of looking at, okay, let's say we could have, a really small group. Maybe it's just the candidates and like 2 people from their campaign teams, or, some kind of mixed model. But our hands are potentially tied if kind of depending on what the health unit says. Things like campaigning and residences, I don't see them letting us in this year. I think we'll be flat out just told no. Just given the outbreaks that have already happened, the timing of the election being right after Christmas, as everybody goes home and then comes back. Like I think there's just so much that we're trying to plan for. We want people to be prepared for the possibility that everything has to be online. I'm a prepare for the worst and hope for the best kind of a person. So prepare that a lot of it has to be online. But we're really, really hoping and working hard to have some kind of in-person options. But we don't want anybody to count on that because so much of that is not in our control.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Fakirani, did you want to ask your question?
Yeah, I did. So Councillor Fakirani, Social Sci Pres. I think given a lot of our students aren't in London and even our counselors when it comes to VP elections, I'm really glad to see that we are moving towards online elections for this year. The only thing I kind of just wanted to flag is that if we are moving to online elections, can we also look into ways in which to, I guess, fund not just getting out the vote, but also candidates and voters who are in unique positions. I know, for example, I've had students reach out to me saying they don't have strong internet access and so forth, so they save their data for lectures and so forth, and I don't want that to be a barrier. And so if we could look into other ways to vote or extended voting periods or stuff like that, I just want to put that on the radar.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think the one thing we can look into, and maybe I can look into this on my end, is how maybe creating a fund to help accessibility on those ends. I know they already have it in a lot of amount, but if there's something to help with the accessibility on that end, we can do something like that for USC for sure.
Okay, if anybody has any other questions, if you could just motion to extend for a few minutes, that would be great.
The other option, Megan, is if people have more questions or you think of more questions as you go along, Julia's email is there on the screen. You all also have mine, and I'm happy to pass them along for consideration as well.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Melissa. Okay, if everybody is content with that, then we can move on to our VP External Advocacy's presentation whenever you're ready, Mackenzie.
Yes, hello.
And I'll
Sorry, I am just going to share my screen right now really quick. Oh, wait.
Do you want me to do the slides or do you have them?
I got it. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. Sometimes my headphones connect and sometimes they don't.
You're good.
Perfect. So, sorry, I just it takes me a second because my laptop is very slow. But I think you guys have access to the presentation either way, but I will share my screen very quickly. Perfect. Can everybody see? Awesome. And I guess customary, I'm wearing my USC thing, but I will take it off for now because I'm speaking to you as UCRU chair. I really wanted to do that. Anyways, unfortunately, my vice chair, Kristen Smith, couldn't be here today. She was supposed to come, but is being interviewed by a news outlet in Manitoba, which went a little bit late. So best of luck to Kristen. I was sad you guys couldn't meet her, but welcome to the presentation on undergraduates of Canadian research intensive universities. Quick hello for those of you who don't know me. I use she, her pronouns. My name is Mackenzie Metcalf. I wear a couple hats as the VP University, External Affairs here at Western's, here at Western's USC, but I wear another hat in another organization called the Chair of UCRU. And then this is Kristen. She's my vice chair. She is the Vice President of Advocacy at the University of Manitoba and is the Vice Chair of UCRU. We spend a lot of time together working on the organization and usually give this presentation together. So, undergraduates of Canadian research-intensive universities, who is she? So we are an informal coalition of student associations whose mandate is to advocate the Canadian federal government for affordable, inclusive, and high-caliber undergraduate university education with opportunities for increased access to undergraduate research. So UCRU at a glance. So right now, we currently represent 250,000 students across Canada. And this is actually outdated on Friday. We are really, really fortunate. We recruited the University of Ottawa Student Union. And I haven't had time to update this because it's been a really quick turnaround. So right now we actually represent 270,000 students across Canada. We have 10 member schools at this time. We're always going to have at maximum 15 members because we are committed to only representing U15 schools because we have very similar needs as large universities. And the USC is also a founding member of UCRU. So we have a say in the creation of the organization, how it has furthered since it was created in 2016. And UCRU also currently has 5 leadership roles. So right now, half of members will hold leadership roles at all time. We have a chair and vice chair position, as well as a chair of an advocacy committee, chair of the governance committee, and a social media manager held by different positions at various student unions. So here's a complete list of all of the student unions in UCRU, plus the University of Ottawa, so I shouldn't say complete list. So we have UBC, the University of Manitoba, McMaster, Saskatchewan, U of T, Queen's, Western, McGill, Waterloo, and again, Ottawa. And every time I look at this page, I am just amazed at how many different ways student unions can say student unions. So our values here at UCRU. First of all, we are aspirational. We strive to develop policy that is pragmatic, but is also driven by popular student opinions for the benefit of students. We're evidence-based. We ensure that all of our policy is supported by relevant research, hence research-intensive universities. And we're also collaborative, ensuring that all of our members have mechanisms to discuss concerns in a critical and equitable manner. Furthermore, we try and be really focused and advocate on policies that only impact the undergraduate student experience. We're nonpartisan and we're committed to working with whatever party is in power. And we're equitable and we tried to include an indigenization lens and a broader equitable lens in the development of all of our policies and advocate for the equitable treatment of all undergraduates in Canada. So 2 things you need to know about UCRU. Another value we hold is that we try and be easy in, easy out. Right now, we are an informal coalition of students. Every single of the 10 organizations does not have a legally binding document saying they have to show up or have any connection to the organization. Every school shows up every single week because their members and their executives on these student unions value the work that goes on at UCRU and are really invested in a lot of the things that we are doing. So how we do our advocacy. Here's a beautiful photo with some people from UCRU last year meeting with NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. So first of all, we have lobby weeks. I have my UCRU lobby week coming up on November 23rd, where we'll be meeting with over 70 members of Parliament, trying to lobby them on our asks. We do this once a year where we have like a really intense week, usually in Ottawa, but this year it will be online. We also have nationwide campaigns. Shout out to Cam Wong. She's been working on the UCRU campaign with me today, this past couple months. And we are having a campaign called Debt Free Degree that's going to be launching in 2 weeks. That's going to reinforce some of our student financial aid asks. So I would just watch for that coming up. We have in-person meetings with politicians as shown here. We also have research brief. You can see the paper on in the one guy's hand on the right is one of the research briefs that we send to politicians ahead of time and that we use to lobby in the meetings, where we contain all of our research and all of our argumentation for what we're asking. We also have relationships with staffers. So we try and make sure that we connect with the people who are surrounding the MPs, and we also send letters to ministers as issues arise. So this is what a year looks like at UCRU. In June, we have a new board who was elected. In July, we set our priorities based on the platforms and needs of the 10 different schools. And in August, we have a federal budget submission, which is very similar to the USC one that you guys passed here at council. Then we also do ad hoc advocacy as it comes up through the cycle. We have our Ottawa Lobby Week in November and the federal budget, where we try and influence the federal budget. And then we have our federal budget announcement in March, where we hope to see an investment in students. And then in May, we have a new UCRU board who has transitioned, and we start the whole process over again. So UCRU policy priorities. These are the 6 kind of overarching themes that are really important at the federal level through this organization. The first is Indigenous students. Firstly, we try and advocate for the further of the recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, as well as the post-secondary support program, which is a program which funds university for Indigenous students. We also advocate for student financial aid more generally, including the Canada student loans and Canada student grants. We advocate for international students at this level. We sent a bunch of letters to Minister Mendicino asking for international students to be allowed back in the country when COVID-19 hit, as well as working on work integrated learning for all students in Canada, but also specifically for international students, asking that they're included in Canada summer jobs and a lot of the federal funding that happens to incentivize student work. We asked for a lot of COVID-19 support. So we were actually the first federal advocacy organization to collect data on student needs during COVID-19 and sent that information to the Canadian government, and were very instrumental in the creation of the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, which we were very thankful that students received. And we also have a focus on undergraduate research, focusing on NSERC, which is a research council, specifically asking for expansion of research for arts and social science students. So areas of growth this year for UCRU. We've been working on lobbying outside of the budget cycles, and we're very excited. We have a meeting with Minister Fortier next week. They are the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity and the Associate Minister of Finance. So that's our big ticket item that we're really preparing for right now. Recruiting other U15 schools. So last week we went from 9 to 10 schools, and we're welcoming the University of Ottawa Student Union. We're also working on formalization, which I'll get to in a second, but we're creating bylaws and making our institution a little bit more solid and stable from year to year, as well as quick plug, increasing our online presence. Follow at UCRU_CAN on Twitter and Instagram. So spotlight, formalization, what does this look like? So we've been working really, really hard as a board at UCRU to get consensus on the values that we hold as an organization. So we've been working all summer to ensure that our members agree on the values of the bylaws that we created. And now that we figured out the values that we want to abide by and the things that I just showed you, like easy in, easy out, and the different values that we, the 6 principles that I showed you at the beginning. Once we agreed on those and kind of confirmed everything, we hired lawyers, and each student union paid a chunk of money that normally would be used for travel to Federal Lobby Week. And instead this year we allocated it to hiring lawyers so that we can become a registered not-for-profit corporation and get some bylaws that will live for years and years. And so the next step is that once the lawyers review the bylaws and each student union at the executive level approves them, we're going to bring the bylaws to each UCRU member so that they can ratify them and choose to become an official member of UCRU or not, so we can become an official organization. So an important question, how much does it all cost? So right now, UCRU does currently not levy a fee. Costs that we do have are absorbed by individual student unions at the goodwill of those student unions, and larger costs are absorbed into existing budgets and divided between the number of members. So UCRU currently does not charge a fee for its advocacy, but intends to work towards one in the future. By in the future, we mean in 2 or 3 years. Right now we don't have bylaws, and you need bylaws in order to charge that kind of thing. But that is something that we try and be transparent about. There are a lot of benefits to having money. Right now we don't have a lot of institutional memory, so people like me here at the USC hold a lot of that memory of what's happened in lobby weeks past. What did our former briefs look like? What relationships did we have with staffers? And we would like to get that eventually centralized into a full-time employee to also provide equity among the schools, so that schools who don't have one person who is exclusively for external advocacy still have the opportunity to participate meaningfully in UCRU and I guess take on leadership positions as well. So thank you so much. If you want to email me, you can send me my UCRU email, but you also all have my external affairs at Western USC email. And I threw my phone number in there just for fun. So if you have any questions, I would open them up right now. I don't know if we have to like motion for a question period. That's a Megan question.
Mac, I just wanted to pop in here. Hi, everybody. I'm the vice chair of this organization. I got caught up in the excitement of Manitoba news this evening, so I couldn't be here for the actual presentation, but I'm here for questions. And I'd be happy to support Mac in that. But greetings, good to meet you all. Sorry I couldn't be more help.
Yeah, this is Kristen, who I was talking about before. She is my right-hand woman and everything that I do. I love Manitoba much more than I did before I started this position. And I'm learning a lot more about cross-Canadian politics. But also she's a great resource and a great testament to how bought in other schools are into this idea.
If anybody has any questions for either of them, you can either just like message me your name in the chat or go ahead and say your name and ask.
Mackenzie, I've got a question. So you mentioned that a fee might be charged in the near future. Do you have a sense of how much that fee might be, or any more details about what that might look like?
Sure. I could actually answer that, because we were in our GovCon meeting today and we sort of quickly realized that the fees wouldn't happen this year, and it probably wouldn't happen next year either, but we are brainstorming exactly like there's nothing solidified yet. The debate is currently ongoing of whether it would be a per student fee or whether it would be a flat fee for everybody. It seems that the group is generally going towards the side of a flat fee for everybody, and, you know, however you come up with that is up to you. But that's kind of the spirit of keeping the idea that everybody is equal in UCRU. I know that from the UM's perspective, UMSU has been a part of CFS before, and that didn't, well, it hasn't quite ended, but it hasn't been going too well for us. And I think that weighting of things can sometimes play into it. So we hope that our fee will be as fair as possible. And as we're doing the calculations, it seems it'll be, in terms of what we need to function, among the lowest fees in the country if you look at per student. So that's encouraging to us. We hopefully will transition in the future forward, and at that point it'll be up to them.
And I'm just going to add that for context, the Canadian Federations of Students charges $15 a student. The Canadian Alliance of Student Associations charges different fees between $2.50 and over $3, depending on the size of your student union. USA currently charges, I think, $3.60 per student, and UCRU is looking at somewhere around $1. We're really lucky that we have a lot of larger organizations, and we can really use the economies of scale from these different student unions to ensure that it would be a very competitive fee.
We have a few more minutes if anybody else has a question. Okay, if nobody else has any questions, then thank you so much for your presentation, both of you. And we can move on to our action items, if everybody's okay with that. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna hop out.
Thanks for coming. Okay, Councillor Barkhouse, did you want to speak to the motion? We have our election of students at large to the Sustainability Working Group. And I'll get
Sure, I can speak
back up too.
Yeah, I can speak to that really quickly. Yeah, so this is just going to be the election of students at large at first, counselors to follow for the Environmentalism and Sustainability Policy Working Group that we passed earlier in September, I believe, or no, summer, sorry. Yeah, so the goal of this working group is going to be to formulate a new environmentalism and sustainability policy to oversee council operations. And welcome to all our candidates, and I'm excited to get started. That's it.
All right, thank you, Kennedy. So, sorry, Melissa, are we doing 1 minute each for the candidates?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Then we have first up, Shani Sharma.
See anyone by the name on the call?
Okay, then we can move on to Zoe Trottier.
Hi. So I just go ahead and start?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. So I've loved nature ever since I was a kid, and I've been passionate about climate change ever since learning about it in school. I have been dedicated to protecting the environment and raising awareness about its implications throughout high school, as I was a member of my sustainability club and eventually its leader for my last 2 years of high school. And when coming to Western, I wanted to continue my involvement and joined the Enviro Western executive team my first year as a first-year representative, and this year as the director of first-year representatives. And through these valuable experiences, I gained knowledge and teamwork skills, as well as a hardworking attitude, and am excited by the opportunity to implement wider change on Western and help contribute to Western becoming a more sustainable campus. I think that my dedication, passion, and experience would be a meaningful asset to the working group, and I would be very grateful for the opportunity to contribute my ideas.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, we have Julia Martins. And you can just go whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julia Martins, and my pronouns are she and her. And ever since I was young, I've had a strong will and a curious mind. And I think it's these traits that have driven my passion for advocacy and justice. And over the past year, I've had the opportunity to get involved with a bunch of different environmental teams, such as Enviro Western and Water Aid Western. Through these experiences, in addition to my educational background in media and the public interest and women's studies, I've developed a strong passion about educating, learning from, and working with others to find intersectional solutions to environmental problems. And if selected for this working group, I would work diligently to ensure that the needs of Western students and those in the London community are reflected in the final recommendations. Additionally, I would strive to create a group environment that promotes question asking and engagement, therefore leading to a healthy, productive, and educated space to formulate this policy. I believe that my knowledge of policy and research, in addition to my passion for learning and the environment, position me well to help explore the possibilities of this policy. And thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, we have Nadine Castonguay.
Hi, my name is Nadine, and I'm in my final year of food nutrition at Brescia. I'm a board member for the London Environmental Network and a garden executive for Enviro Western, learning experiences that invaluably shape who I am every day. I'm called to this working group because I've known for some time that my purpose in life is tied to giving all that I have back to my community. I know in my heart that it's my civic duty to participate and serve politically to ensure that effective interventions are applied in attempting to solve environmental problems we face today. It's of utmost importance that each step I take is purposeful in striving for environmental justice. Through community action and engagement, I'm deeply rooted in what the earth and its beings feel, and I carry this weight with me knowing that I must do all I can to leave this earth a better place than when I arrived. If I'm chosen as a team member, I would stop at nothing to research and contribute to the best possible sustainability policy recommendations that Western could implement today, a change that's desperately needed through a process that would have my complete and undivided commitment. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Kayla Devamshi.
Hi, my name is Kayla Duramshi, as you know. It's great to meet everybody. My Wi-Fi is being temperamental, so I'm gonna keep my video off just in case I don't want to lose you. So given sort of the current pandemic, as well as the magnitude of social justice movements around the world, I've realized how important it is for me to use the resources I have available and my personal skills to be an advocate and an ally. And it's sort of because of this that I've either gotten involved or maintained my involvement with various activities. So I'm currently an executive for EnviroWestern, as well as a research advisor for the Canadian Council of Young Feminists. And I'm increasingly intrigued by the intersections of political policy, the economy, human rights, and the environment. And my desire to not only continue to learn about environmental justice and sustainability, but also contribute to creating tangible, effective policy that can help shape the Western community will make me an effective member of the working group. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Victor Zega.
Hey, my name is Victor Zega. As a member of my student council in high school, we often collaborated with our ecological council to help increase our school sustainability. I think I could do the same thing here. Even though I'm a new Western student, I would love to have the opportunity to help our school and our planet right away.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Charlotte Reed.
There is no Charlotte Reed on the call.
All right. Then we can go to Michael Wu.
Hey, does the mic work? Okay. Hey, thanks for having me. My name is Michael, and I'm burning to join this working group due to my leadership experiences and intrinsic motivation to drive positive change. Firstly, I've been involved with environmental programming and advocacy at Western since day one, as a free-time executive on EnviroWestern. Started off as a first-year rep, last year as the director of 7 first-year reps, and this year as the current head of the project team. I know what works and what doesn't. Most notably, I've advocated for more compost and electronic waste bins in suite-style residences, increased residence programming fourfold, received the 2019 Western Green Award, and won third place at Western Net Pitch competition. Now, aside from the accolades, my appreciation for intersectionality and using those leadership experiences I've gained, I aim to explore further motions, such as a zero waste palette at the food bank, broader bring your own program for eateries, such as lunch containers, increase accountability in USC's procurement process. And finally, as the current founder of the Western Sustainability Leader Program, I lead environmental programming for 90 registered members, and I gain an appreciation for what is going to be impactful and how we should approach that. So thanks for your consideration, and good luck to everyone.
Thank you. All right. And next we have, so now we have some videos. So I'm just going to get those up. Okay, let's see if this works.
Megan, I think you just have to unmute the video. Like on the right side, yeah.
Wow, thank you for that. That is important.
Hi everyone, so my name is Jordan. I'm a second year studying medical biophysics and women's studies here at Western, and I'm hoping to represent you, the student body, in the sustainability working group. I love sustainability in general. I'm really interested in the environment and environmental health, specifically regarding how environmental health affects human health and the way we live our lives. I've been noticing during the time of this pandemic, there's been a lot of issues with sustainability, specifically with the regard to single-use plastics, especially in residences and whatnot. And that's something I think is is a huge prominent issue currently, and I think something that definitely needs to be tackled by this working group. So I really hope you vote for me. I would love to represent all of you on this working group. And yeah, thanks for listening. Hi everyone, so my name is Jordan. I'm a second year studying medical.
Wow. All right. And we have one more video from Jasmine. Or I guess unless Jasmine Wu, if you're in the call, then you can get started.
I don't think she made it, Megan. I think the video is okay to go with.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to see. Did you send the attachment in the email you forwarded, Kennedy?
I think
oh, wait,
so.
No, you did. No, that's my bad. I just wasn't. Okay. Sorry, it's asking me to download it. Fun, I got it.
With the network and experience to address a pressing sustainability issue at Western, I'm the right candidate for this working group. While living in Elgin Hall last year, a suite style residence, I discovered that only the food left on the tray racks in the cafeteria was composted by kitchen staff. This meant that the food students brought to their rooms and the food scraps left after cooking in suites was thrown out. Thus, I joined EnviroWestern's first year committee and worked during the year and over the summer with Elgin and Essex unit managers, Western's sustainability and compliance manager, and Western's nutrition manager to make composting in residence much more accessible. As a current director for EnviroWestern's first year committee, I've heard many concerns about food waste and single-use plates, which are actually compostable according to Western's nutrition manager. Even though there are now compost bins for students to directly use in dining halls, more students are eating in their rooms due to the COVID physical distancing measures. This again means Western's composting solution is not being optimized. So my goal with the working group is to establish effective and lasting composting policies in residence and on campus. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to everybody who came out. And Julia, do you want to provide some context on the voting?
Yeah, definitely. So hi, everyone. I'm Julia Crump. I'm the CRO for the Elections Governance Committee here. So for the voting, I'm just going to send a link in the chat like last time for those of you who were here. Similar to last time as well, it's going to be a ranked vote. So just make sure that you're filling out the first, second, third, and fourth spot. And I'm going to put it in the chat right now unless anybody has any questions. Okay, seeing that, I'm just gonna put it in there.
Sorry, quick question, Julia. For the email, do we put our like UWO email or our Western USC email?
Put, if it works, put your Western USC email because I've limited it to those ones.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
If you already voted using your UWO, should you vote again with your USC?
No, it's okay. I thought
Okay.
it's limited. You should be all good.
Okay, sweet. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Megan, could you maybe send me a message with any proxy names? Just because I'm seeing some emails that don't make sense. They're not names I recognize. So I don't know if they're here as proxies for someone.
Okay.
So just because we have quite a few people on the meeting tonight, if you're not a voting member of council, please don't vote at this time.
Yeah, I should have said that. That's my bad, guys. You have to be a voting member on council to vote.
Okay, has anybody not been able to vote so far? All right, perfect. Then we can move on. I'm assuming, Julia, you'll just come, or sorry, I guess we can do the motion now, but in terms of results, you'll just come back afterwards.
Yeah, I'm gonna run out and count them and then I'll come back.
Okay, sounds good. In the meantime, we can pass the motion. Can I get a seconder for the motion?
Councillor Tom.
All right, thanks, Councillor Tom. And then we can, or I guess, are there any questions on the motion? Any points of debate? Okay, if there's nothing else, then we can go vote on Turning Point. All right, our voting time is almost up, so if you can finish up there, we'll move on to our second motion. Okay, just to reiterate for the candidates, the CRO Julia is going to come back as soon as she has the ballots counted, but we're going to move on for now. But we'll come back to that as soon as she's ready. So for now, we can move on to our second motion. Councillor Barkhouse, did you want to speak to this motion?
Sure, just same thing, but counselors. Look forward to hearing your guys' speeches, I guess. Thanks.
And are these from the floor?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So if you would like to nominate somebody or nominate yourself to run for the working group, please feel free to do that now.
I'd like to nominate someone, if that's cool now.
Yeah.
I would like to nominate Councillor Fakarani for this working group.
Okay, Councillor Fakarani, do you accept the nomination?
I do accept. Can I also nominate someone?
Yeah, of course.
I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your last name. Or actually, we'll just do first names. I want to nominate Councillor Shanika from Science.
I accept the nomination.
Okay, perfect. Okay, if anybody else has any nominations, please feel free to turn your mic on.
I nominate Councillor Mendez.
Okay, Councillor Mendez, do you accept the nomination?
I accept.
I would like to nominate Shaylee, Councillor Shaylee, we'll call her.
Okay. Sorry, Shaylee, do you mind pronounce your last name just so I can get it right?
It's Aga Babazadeh, but you can just call me Councillor Shaylee.
Okay, sorry. Do you accept the nomination?
I accept. Can I also nominate someone?
Yeah, of course.
I would like to nominate Councillor Brown.
Okay, Councillor Brown, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Okay.
It's AGHABA. I can just spell it out for you.
Yeah, that's sorry, I was trying to find your picture. AGHA.
BABAZA.
AGBA.
That was right.
Sorry.
Okay, honestly, just leave it like that. Okay, from here you go BA.
Shaylee, you could also send a message in chat and it should show your name for.
Sorry, guys.
No, my apologies. I should have last names down by now. Okay. Are there any other nominations? Oops. All right. Okay, are there any other nominations? Okay, if there's no further nominations, then we can do 1-minute speeches for everybody. Councillor Fakarani, do you want to start?
Yes, ma'am. Should I just go ahead?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay, hey folks, my name is Amir. I am the Social Science Student Council Prez, and if you know me, you know sustainability is one of my passions. That's my Green New Deal poster in the background. I think, you know, when we're trying to advocate for sustainable changes to our campus, it's really important that our institution reflects those aspirations. And so I was really disappointed when we lost our policy last year, but I'd love to contribute to making a new one. On top of this passion, I think I'm very qualified. I co-authored USA's first ever sustainability paper. I wrote the only active sustainability policy the USC has right now. I was a former EnviroWestern executive. I'm the current Vice President of Operations on student energy. And I also brought the motion forward to make this working group. So thank you for your time. Please vote for me, I guess.
All right, thank you. Now we have Councillor Mahako, whenever you're ready.
Well, okay. So hello, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Shanika, or Councillor Shanika from now on, I guess. And I'm one of the science counselors. I love all things outdoors. If you guys don't know, I just bought a kayak. It's the best time of my life. And I'm currently in 4th year environmental science, so pretty fitting for this role. I spent my past couple years on campus kind of acknowledging and realizing that there's a lot of work to be done sustainability-wise. And I think that this is a really good way to kind of go forward and move forward to a more sustainable campus. And I think a lot of that should and needs to be done through education and transparency in sustainability. In terms of experience, I am again in the environmental science program, so I do have a pretty good base when it comes to what needs to be done from a science perspective, I believe. And in terms of other experience, I work for the Canadian Cadet Organization, and I spent a good chunk of my summer actually working towards creating an environmentalist policy and education program outline for cadets so that we could kind of introduce that through something that didn't actually have that before. Yeah, I'd love to be part of this cause, and vote for me. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Counselor Mendez.
Hi there, I'm Counselor Mendez. I'm a social science counselor. I'm in my 4th year double major poli-science CB. This is actually directly related to what I want to do my master's thesis on. I'm really passionate about the way that we as consumers have impacted like the ability for other people to live in the global south, and like the things that we do, how they impact other people. And I think that's a piece that's really missing from the sustainability conversation. We always forget to like put it in the perspective of people. Sustainability and environmentalism directly impact BIPOC and women differently than they would other people. And there's this idea that marginalized peoples are often excluded from these conversations. And I just really want to be a part of a conversation that's like really built on the idea of people first, and like using people first terminology, understanding that there's different communities that have different needs. Western's comprised of so many different communities. And I think that putting these communities first when we talk about policy is really important, even when it comes to environmental policy, which seems so far removed. And thank you.
All right, Shaylee, you're up next.
Hi everyone, I'm Counselor Shaylee, and I'm a science counselor, and I'm very passionate about the environment. So as many of you guys already know, Western was previously following a sustainability plan that was projected for 2020, and right now we're in 2020 and not much of it has been accomplished as it had promised to be. And there was also another policy, it was policy 1.48 that was written in 2016 that promised to kind of go over some of the buildings and building plans to make them more sustainable and more efficient. And while comparing Western to other schools, it is really clear that some other schools have implemented a lot of more sustainable ways, such as kind of reducing their natural gas use to heat buildings. They've use natural gas to heat their buildings instead of using carbon and stuff like that. And I believe that Western could be doing a lot more, especially using our big campus. We want to be able to provide good education for students to come. And we also want to make sure that we save our planet and just make sure people can live in this planet for a long time. And I believe that it is really important to bring a group of passionate students and student leaders together to raise awareness and to push for some important things with the admin to make sure that we are making progress in the right direction for the planet and for Western. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And next up we have Counselor Brown. Whenever you're ready.
Hi everyone, I'm Katie. I'm one of your science counselors, and I'm thrilled that we're forming this working group, especially after seeing how phenomenal the rest of the candidates are. Saying that I'm passionate about environmental sustainability might be an understatement. In fact, it's the reason why I'm here studying physics, as I plan to one day use it to develop alternative energy technologies that could help mitigate climate change. This passion has taken me from founding an environmental action team and a STEM learning program in the city of Brampton to working on a reforestation project in Costa Rica. I believe that these experiences, combined with everything that I've learned about the power of student government this year in the USC and in my last year and a half on the Science Student Council, have prepared me to bring insight, experience, and most of all, passion to this working group. I genuinely believe that Western is in a position to become a Canadian leader in environmental sustainability and I would love to help get us there.
All right, thank you so much. So now that we've had our speeches, do we have, oh, I guess we don't have a ranked ballot, or do we have a ranked ballot for this, Melissa?
I have made one, yes. So
Perfect.
We do need a seconder for the motion, though, I think still.
Pardon? The seconder.
Do we still need a seconder for the motion?
Oh, yeah, true, sorry. Can we get a seconder for the motion? All right, thank you. And do you want to put the link? Is it a Google form again?
Yeah, I'm sending it now. I just want to. So just keep in mind, again, that please only vote if you are a voting member of council. The link is there.
Wait, sorry, I can't remember from last time, but do you vote if you ran?
So the convention has been that it's fine if everyone who's running as a counselor, where we try not to have people voting as if it's like an uneven playing field and we have students who can't vote and that kind of thing.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Okay, so once we pass this motion, I know we're getting to the 90-minute mark, but I was thinking that it just made sense to get through our next motion because we are electing students at large just so they don't have to wait any longer. Just so you know, we're being cognizant of the time, but we just don't want to keep those students waiting for after a break to do their speeches. But we'll do the break as soon as that's done. Okay, unless anybody is having any issues with voting, we can keep moving. All right, Councillor Mahako, do you want to speak to the motion?
I guess it's the same thing as last time. I'm really excited for all the people that came. I think we have some really great candidates. Yeah, so good luck to everybody.
All right. So next up we have Megan Ferlano.
Hi, everyone. My name is Megan, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm doing an honors specialization in sociology with a minor in women's studies. I think I would be very good for this role because as someone with sociological experience, I would really like to put the concepts and ideas that I've learned into a real and grounded initiative. I have experience in other clubs. I am a second-year rep on the Gender Studies Student Collective. I'm also in resident sophing, so I am trained in various different diversity fields. I engage in constant reflexivity to acknowledge my space in power relations and how I can challenge and change those relations. I am also a creative writer. I'm very excited about that. So I have been published by ADVOCACY, which is the writing literary journal for the writing department. So I have good skills at writing as well. Yeah, I hope you guys elect me.
All right, thank you. Next up is Julia Sarkany. Okay. And we have Kristen Lee.
Hello. Okay, thank you everyone. So my name is Kristen and I'm a 4th year FIM student, and I want to be part of the anti-oppression working group because I want structural changes to be brought into fruition. I want institutions of power to be held accountable. Confronting systemic indignities embedded in our everyday discourse is very important to me because universal subjectivities of being a woman of color in a non-STEM faculty has had a huge impact on navigating my identity, my space, and affecting my experiences. Every year, we discuss implementing anti-oppressive work, yet the subordination of marginalized communities continue. I want to help initiate an agenda that speaks to all demographics of students. We need to ensure that the student voice is not diminished or homogenized. For example, we need to stop tokenizing people and rather create strategies that fundamentally challenge the echo chambers we continue to perpetuate. To me, intersectional representation is critical in having equitable dialogue and decision-making within the USC, and I believe I have the passion to help facilitate just that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next up, we have Miriam Niazi.
Hey, so my name is Miriam, and I'm a 3rd year student pursuing an honor specialization in sociology. I think I would be the right person to sit on the working group because as a marginalized woman of color myself, the initiative consists of causes I actively work on and I'm very passionate about, particularly challenging institutional violence and creating liberatory spaces for marginalized groups through advocacy and political activism. I have a very comprehensive understanding of present and historical sociopolitical struggles, as well as how converging systems of oppression operate, which are not only central to my field of study, but I believe my personal and academic knowledge in this area provide Western with relevant perspectives needed to pursue an intersectional framework to question policy. I also have experience working with marginalized groups, particularly racialized, disabled, and Muslim low-income populations, which I believe provide me with the tools necessary to develop strategies and maneuvers to confront the social complexities faced by oppressed groups on campus. Sorry, my light just went out like when I was mid. But, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up, we have Tian Yi Zhao, or sorry, Tiffany, whichever you prefer.
Tiffany is fine. So hi guys, my name is Tiffany and I'm running to be part of the anti-oppression working group here at Western. I think that I'm a good fit for this position because I'm passionate about bridging the gap of social inequity between students, and I wish to be able to play a role in the increasing awareness of the everyday inequalities of campus life. I'm interested in giving a voice to other students who may or may not feel as if they have the opportunity to speak against the subtle nuances of social inequality between individual student experiences here at Western. I want to be able to listen to students speak and give them the chance to share their stories, because I feel like a great hurdle that lies in front of us in terms of understanding the need for reaching equity through a campus is that of simply not knowing about certain more negative aspects of the student experience. I also have experience working with and providing platforms to marginalized groups of our population, such as that of people of color in STEM, where I had worked to plan a webinar so that they could share their experiences in the STEM, working in the STEM field to high school students in Ontario. I'm really passionate about our school and most importantly, the well-being of our students. Because of this, I want to be part of helping the Western community take a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sandash Soroya.
Hi everyone. My name is Sam, and I'm going into 2nd year of Med-Sci. I feel like I'd be a good fit for this working group because I'm lucky enough to be a soph during one of the weirdest years of Western history. Despite the circumstance, I still get to talk to my frosh, and hearing their stories of how they're struggling in 1st year has really opened my eyes to a lot of things that can be addressed by this working group. I feel that oppression arises through blind eyes, but talking to my frosh has allowed me to hear the struggles. For example, internet access being a socioeconomic barrier to students interfacing with their student organizations or their education. Last year, I worked on the Research and Policy Committee of SSC, and we were able to create and distribute a science student survey and get valuable feedback. I feel that, along with my peers on this working group, we'll be able to communicate with our community and compile a report that can direct us in the next steps that Western could take. This working group seems like a great opportunity in collecting actionable data that we can use to take our next steps, and I'd love to be a part of it. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mohammed Over.
Yeah, hey everyone, my name is Mohammed Omer. I'm a third year neuroscience student, and in my time as a student at Western, I've had the opportunity to get involved in many facets of the university experience. As vice president of the MSA, which is the Muslim Student Association, as SOF on the off-campus SOF team, and also as a student trustee on the Purple Care Trust Fund. I've come to learn and hone a lot of the skills required to be an effective working group member. I've also come to hear about some of the ways inequality exists on campus, especially as it relates to the prejudice, harassment, and discrimination certain student groups feel on campus. And for this reason, I'm passionate about being part of a team that is focused on pinpointing these issues, hopefully giving the USC a greater insight when working towards a solution. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have, I guess we'll do the videos. Unless Roseanne's here. But if not, then we can do the videos before.
I think she submitted a video. I did forward that one to you just a little while ago.
So, okay.
Yeah, she won't be making it in person.
Okay.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Diasha Sen, and the concept of lived experience is of great importance to me as the only person of color in most rooms growing up. So I understand how challenging it can be to advocate for oneself and the importance of institutions addressing the barriers that minority communities continue to face. This is why, as a vice president on the Hindu Students Association, I've been working with my team to increase the accessibility at our events, but also to address the systemic issues at Western and within the South Asian community itself. Also, as a women's studies major, I understand the need for intersectional communities and how to facilitate that through constant discourse. Furthermore, as I'm spending the semester in New Brunswick, I have been working with my old school district superintendent to work on creating structural changes within our Eurocentric and heteronormative educational system to better improve the experiences of Black, Indigenous people of color. My previous experience does prepare me for this role, but it's my passion to support marginalized voices on campus that makes me the ideal candidate.
Whoops. All right, thank you. And we have a couple more videos. Kennedy, for Hillary's video, it's saying I need access to it.
Oh, no, really? Okay. Do you want to go on to the next one and I will try to get in contact with her?
Did you send me Roseanne's via email?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Sorry, it just came in.
Hi everyone, my name is Roseanne Mohammed, and I'm sorry that I couldn't be there to give my speech synchronously, so I'll just be doing it now. So my past experience as a president of the Black Student Association and sitting on President Alan Shepard's anti-racism working group has allowed me to contribute my knowledge and expertise to the goal of creating a campus culture that is focused on dismantling systemic and institutional racism. On the anti-racism working group, I was able to collaborate with several other student representatives, faculty, and staff to learn about the racism, discrimination, and oppression felt by many on our campus and put forth the recommendations to combat this. I also assisted in establishing the direction of the working group within the report to ensure that a critical race theory lens was used, as well as anti-colonial methodologies. In conducting the work with the anti-racism working group, I led several town halls where I was able to lead a discussion that allowed hundreds in the campus community to share their stories and lived experiences of racism on campus. My experience and passion for creating a safer campus environment makes me an excellent candidate for the USC's anti-oppression working group. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry, Kennedy, were you able to get a hold of Hillary?
Not yet. I'm wondering, is it possible that we do the 90-minute break now, or do we have to finish this part before we can break?
Sorry, one sec.
No, no worries. Just to give her a little bit more time to respond if that's allowed.
Well, we can see, we'll just see if she's able to get back to you before the break. We're going to just check and see if anybody has any questions, points of debate. We'll vote on this motion, and Julie is going to announce the results for the environmental sustainability student portion working group.
Sounds good.
So if she gets back to you before then, before we go on the break after that, then we can play the video then, if that sounds good.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Melissa.
Megan, did we vote on the actual motion for motion 2, or did everyone just submit their ballots? Because on Turning Point, I don't have any votes for motion 2, which I have everybody's ballots though.
Oh, okay. No, we might have missed that.
So we can also do that.
Okay, perfect. Well, we can catch up on that one then too. My apologies. Okay, so are there any questions on the motion? Any points of debate? And sorry, I think I need a seconder for our motion here.
Counselor Ali.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no questions or points of debate, then we can call the question on the second one just to start on Turning Point. And we'll just hold off on the voting. We'll just hold off on the voting until the very last minute there before the break. So if you can go on Turning Point and vote for motion 2 and 3, that would be great.
What are
Sorry,
you looking
you
for?
guys can hear me out. Sorry, Jess, were you able to get to motion 3 yet, or?
I voted on motion 2, but nothing else is coming up for me.
Yeah, I can't, you can only do one at a time. I have to close voting on motion 2 and then move on to motion 3. So I'm just waiting for everyone to vote on motion 2.
Okay, thank you.
That said, I'm going to close the vote on motion 2 and then I'll move on to motion 3. So just if everyone can check, you should be able to vote for motion on 3 right now.
It's not popping up for me, Melissa.
How about now? I just refreshed the page.
Okay.
Once we're done voting here, Julia, if you want to announce the results, you're welcome to. And then right before the break, we'll hopefully be able to listen to Hillary's speech. And then we can do the ranked ballot voting for the third motion.
Megan, do you want me to just give the at-large result, or do you want me to give the counselor results as well?
If you have both, you're welcome to do both.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I'm going to close the vote on motion 3 in 3, 2, 1. Voting on motion 3 is now closed. You've all been unanimous so far. So I think, Julia, you're probably good to announce then if you want.
Okay, awesome. So first, I just want to say thank you, everyone, for running. You all did really great speeches, but big congratulations to Julia Martins, Jordan Ramnarine, Jasmine Wu, and Michael Wu for our students at large. I'll put this in the chat as well.
Kennedy, are you able to send an email to everybody just letting them know the results?
Yes, I have one ready, and I'm writing down the names, so we're good.
Okay, awesome. And then for the counselors, huge congrats to Zamir, Shanika, Augustine, and Katie.
All right, congratulations, everybody. So now we're going to do the ranked ballot for this motion. Julia or Melissa, if one of you guys wants to put that in the chat, that would be awesome.
Definitely, I'll put that in the chat now.
Congratulations, everybody.
And then just a reminder for this one again, only voting members can vote. I feel like I should put that in there this time. Okay.
Okay, we can just do one more minute or so.
We only have 10 responses on this one so far.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it looks like we've got everyone at this point.
Okay, awesome. So we'll let Julia tally those up, and now it is 8:51, so we'll come back at 8:56, so we can take a 5-minute break then. All right, if everybody wants to make their way back. Okay, so next we have, sorry, I'll screen share again, the slides. Okay, so we have our fourth motion now. So we are going, oh, sorry, fifth. Didn't move. Okay, we have a election for the chair of our external advocacy committee. Councillor Ali, did you want to speak to the motion?
I don't have too much to say other than, you know, like as it's outlined in the motion, it's important that we have a consistent chair in order to make sure that the year is progressing on schedule and to the standard that we all want as a committee, which is, slide change there. So yeah, that's why that is here, and I'm excited to get going.
Okay, I am very sorry. We're actually on motion 4.
We'll go again.
That one up. But that was a really good warm up for the next motion. Thank you. Not that you needed it, but we will jump back to motion 4 there. That was my bad. My apologies. Councillor Mahako, you're actually up.
Yeah, all good. No worries. Very similar thing to before. Really excited to hear what the candidates and what they have to say. I think it's an important work group. So yeah. With that being said, can I nominate someone?
Yeah, sure.
Can I nominate Councillor Barkhouse, please?
Yeah. Or sorry, Councillor Barkhouse, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. And if you'd like to nominate somebody, feel free to just go ahead and speak up.
Hello, Councillor Kitching here. I'd like to nominate Councillor Mendez.
Okay, Councillor Mendez, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Hi, Councillor Chazi. I'd like to nominate President Kotadia.
Okay. Do you accept the nomination?
I do, thank you.
Oops. Okay. Are there any other nominations?
Yeah, Councillor Beltran. I'd like to nominate myself.
Okay. That one's easy.
Councillor Ali, I would like to nominate President Fakarani.
Okay. President Fakarani, do you accept the nomination?
Sure, I do. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Okay, if there's no other nominations, then we can start out with 1-minute speeches. Councillor Barkhouse, whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Megan. So hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kennedy Barkhouse, and I'm a science counselor here at the USC. Today, I'm going to run to be a member of the Anti-Oppression Working Group. I've been fully behind this motion since I brought it to the floor alongside Shanika, and I'm thrilled to see the working group finally coming to fruition with the election of students at large. It just happened. Congratulations to those in advance. I have to begin by acknowledging that Western has a dismal history with acts of injustice towards underrepresented communities, from the racist research to Philip Rushton to the inexcusable actions of Andrew Reynolds just last year. As the original motion states, these actions are not isolated incidents, but are part of a larger systematic problem on campus and in society. It's imperative that we examine the oppression of underrepresented communities in order to better support our students, to create a safe space for every identity, and to provide the best undergraduate experience that we both to have here at Western. Not only that, but we must look through these various identities with an intersectional lens to guide our advocacy initiatives through consultation. And that's just what I'd love to do as a member of this group. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Mendez. Whenever you're ready.
Hi there, Councillor Mendez. I'm social science. I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that BIPOC students experience university living very different from other people. It's very hard as a BIPOC student to come to this space where academia has been so traditionally white and safeguarded by white people. It's very hard to engage with different methods of learning when your methods of learning are not appreciated. And I think if we look at Western's history and even the history of the USC, the engagement between our institutions and our students has not always been the best. It's actually severely disadvantaged many students time and time again. And I think it's really important to actually consult with students. And I think that's something that's been really important to me throughout my journey as a BIPOC student here has been consultation. And actually I've had the really unique honor to actually be able to conduct consultations this year. And I think this is something that I really want to continue doing because I think we need to amplify the voices of those who cannot be heard. And it's so easy to not feel like you're heard here. And I think that's something that really needs to change. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Counselor Kotadia?
Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ziana Kotadia. I'm the president of the Huron University College Students Council. I go by she, her pronouns, and I'm in my third year of a global gender studies honor specialization. Anti-oppression and allyship is something I really care a great deal about. I truly believe in the importance of holding power to account, and in doing so, recognizing how converging systems of oppression have been designed to deliberately privilege some and disadvantage others. As the first woman of color president of the HUCSC and one of the few women of color who are presidents of university students' councils at all, I've learned a great deal in an embodied way about the challenges that come with identifying the way I do and also doing the job I do. My passion in this area has led HUCSC to several significant advocacy wins, including anti-racism training being mandated for all employees of Huron and getting a commitment from Huron to passing a comprehensive equity action plan. I'm confident in my capacity to provide context for what actions the HBK community has been taking in this area. And given that anti-oppression is central to my field of study, is an area of passion for me, a field I've done a lot of work in, and is also relevant given my own lived experience, I hope for these reasons you will consider me to sit on the working group. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Counselor Beltran.
Hey, everyone. So my name is Counselor Beltran, and I'm representing the nursing faculty. This is basically what I ran on when looking to seek for the nursing counselor position. I myself, I'm a Latino student. We're very underrepresented on campus. In addition to that, I'm also a mature student. I do acknowledge that mature students do have a lot of different challenges that are just oftentimes ignored because it's not, unlike other groups on campus, what affects us is not common to everyone. Furthermore, when it comes to dealing with anything, when it comes to marginalized groups, these are things that are going to be very important to everyone in my faculty, as these are going to be the individuals that we work with day to day, that we help with. And it's something that we always talk about when it comes to approaching everything with a holistic scope. We want to make sure that we're taking care of and being mindful of all the social determinants of health. As such, one of the things that we did in the nursing faculty in the last couple of months is that we did reform our USC subcommittee. We have now included an equity commissioner as well as associates. This is something that's very important to the nursing faculty. And I feel like this is just going to help us out even furthermore. And that's why I want to do this.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Counselor Fakirani.
Hey everyone, it's me again. It's Amr Fakirani, Social Sci Prez. Thank you for the nomination, Counselor Ali. So I've been working on grad school apps recently, and in my apps, I talk a lot about, my gender, my sexuality, the color of my skin, and so forth. And when I ran my apps by my parents, they were like, "Oh, well, why are you talking about all of that?" And it's because it plays it plays a big deal in my experience as a student and in even outside the classroom. And I think that's something that as a campus, we're starting to realize a lot more, is that students intersecting identities really face, different experiences on campus. And last year, as the chair of the Anti-Oppression Working Group, I was able to do a lot more research and provide the USC with some tangible recommendations on how to improve the student experience of these student groups. And I'd love to be able to continue this work. This is work that I'm really passionate about, and it's something that I ran on when I was going for Social Science Student Council president, and it's something that I've been working towards actively during my term, whether it be through meetings with the dean or so forth, or whether it be through some initiatives that we launch through the council. As well, I think I have the research competencies required to be a really productive member of this team. I was the USA research intern, as I do not shut up about, but it really taught me how to be equitable and intersectional in my research endeavors. And I'd love an opportunity to be back on the team again this year. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, let me look. Okay, so I think we need a seconder for the motion.
Councillor Mendez.
Thank you. Are there any questions about the motion? Any points of debate? Okay, Melissa or Julia, if you're ready, we could do the Google vote now, or we could go on Turning Point. Okay, looks like Melissa has the form ready, so we can vote for our candidates in the chat, and then we can go to Turning Point afterwards. So just make sure you're voting in both places.
So if you have a question about if you are a candidate in this election, you can vote because you're running against other other members of council. The logic around so USA is the only place where we really run into a situation where we have kind of students and voting members of council running at the same time, or members of council. And so we ask that councilors not vote if they're a candidate in USA in that situation, to try to make the USA spots a little more accessible to people outside of maybe I don't have my camera on, you can't see it, but I'm doing air quotes with my hands, the USC bubble.
Melissa, can you just keep me updated in terms of how many people have voted?
Yes. I'm looking for 2 more people on the on the ballot, and many more people on Turning Point. Okay, so it looks like we're doing pretty well on the Google form, so I'm going to close that one to responses. And on Turning Point, I'm looking for, well, it looks like there's still a couple more people, but it also has probably been almost 2 minutes. So Megan, it's up to you.
Okay, we can just keep moving then. We've had a pretty good amount of time. All right, we should be good there. We'll just wait for those results to come back, and Julia can announce them as soon as she's had a chance to tally them. In the meantime, we can move on to our fifth motion. Sorry, Councillor Ali, now we're ready.
All right, so remember everything I said approximately 12 minutes ago and just fast forward it to now. And that's essentially what I have to say. Again, it's just important that we have a consistent chair on our standing committees in order to assure proper functioning and adherence to governance, which is why that motion is here. Other than that, I don't have anything to say.
All right, thank you. Could I get a seconder on the motion?
Councillor Barkhouse.
Thank you. I think at this point in time, we'll do nominations from the floor. Or
Megan, I have a nomination. Can I go?
Just let me double check. Melissa, we're doing nominations from the floor, right?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. Yeah, Councillor Barkhouse, whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Okay, I'd like to nominate Councillor Ali.
Okay, Councillor Ali, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay, good. Are there any other nominations? All right. If there are no other nominations, are there any questions on the motion? Any points of debate on the motion? Melissa, since we only have one candidate, can we just use the voting on Turning Point kind of like as like a confidence vote instead of like doing a separate forms?
Yeah, I'm good with that as long as council is. So as long as nobody has any objections, yes, we can just use Turning Point.
Okay, are there any objections to doing it that way? So you can just vote you like on the fifth motion on Turning Point, and since we only have the one candidate, yeah, you can just vote in favor if you don't have any issues, but if you have any concerns, then you can vote against. Okay, if there's no objections, then please go to Turning Point and vote on the fifth motion.
Also, Megan, I'm just gonna message you.
Sorry, Melissa, how are we doing for Turning Point?
Turning Point is good. I can close it.
Okay, sounds good.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. So next up, we have a motion to elect an USA delegate. VP Metcalf, do you want to explain the scenario?
Yes. So essentially what happened is we had an USA delegate drop. One of the authors of the paper who doesn't have to run to be a delegate is unable to make one of the days of the conference because of an exam. Originally, they weren't sure, so we put them in because they did author one of the papers. So they had to step down, and then usually we just pick the next person, but because it was a tie, we thought it was appropriate to leave it up to council. It is appropriate to note that because of the turnaround time with this, the USA conference starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. And that's a pretty quick turnaround. So we offered both of the people running the opportunity to attend the conference just so they could prepare and have reasonable foresight in their schedules, because I just feel bad saying no at the last possible minute. So the person who is not elected will attend the conference with no speaking rights or voting rights at UCGA, but will be able to contribute to Western's delegation, as has been done in years past and by other delegations as well. So we're just voting for who has voting and speaking rights at the conference, and I believe they both submitted 1-minute videos.
Yes, so I have the videos. I can share my screen for that. There are technically 3 candidates, but only 2 of them submitted videos, so I'm just going to play the 2.
All students deserve equal access to opportunities. As a first-year representative on the Science Student Council and director on the Western Student Senators, I believe I can provide an objective perspective when determining policies to improve access to post-secondary education that are reflective of the viewpoints of first-year students. As a former student trustee who worked hard to strengthen rural and northern school systems, I can also offer insight on how to present opportunities. All students deserve secondary education that are reflective of the viewpoints of first-year students. As a former student trustee who worked hard to strengthen rural and northern school systems, I can also offer insight on how to present opportunities to potential Mustangs in those areas to further expand recruitment. By attending the UCRU, I hope to hear from other delegates about the concerns of their constituents so I can share these insights with my fellow members on the University Strategic Steering Planning Committee and keep UCRU's recommendations at the forefront of our university's plans. So let's commit to providing students with equal access to opportunities.
So she didn't say her name. Her name is Keisha Aurora. Next up is Matthew Chasmar.
Hello, everyone, and good evening. My name is Matthew Chasmar. I'm a third-year Huron student in political science and French, and last year I was Huron's representative on this very council, as well as one of Western's delegates to the first ever online UCGA this spring. As a counselor, I was extremely involved in the process of reviewing, debating, and voting on policy. This experience served me well as an USA delegate earlier this year, when I was involved in amending and ratifying the last set of policy papers. My past USA experience also required me to adjust to the challenges of an online GA when COVID hit this spring. In short, I've taken on this challenge before, and I believe that this has prepared me very well to take it on again. The policy papers before USA this fall represent issues that are important to me and that I have considered both inside and outside the classroom. I want to be involved in shaping USA's approach towards these topics and I hope that I have your vote to represent Western at the next UCGA.
Okay, so I think Julia and Kanan are still in the breakout room, so I will just pull up the ballot as well. It is a ranked ballot, so you will need to rank all three. I just have to find this one.
Melissa, will we be voting in Turning Point for this one?
So what we'll do, I've got a ballot for like a Google form for a ballot, and then we'll have to do a, sorry, I'm getting Facebook messages about something also council related. We'll have to do like a vote in using the participant yay nay thing that Ethan suggested last time.
Okay, sounds good.
The text of the motion is on the agenda. So it's under, if you're on the agenda, it's after the external advocacy chair election.
Okay.
Here comes your Google form.
Could I get a mover and seconder for this motion?
Councillor Ali.
I can second it, Councillor Mahoney.
Okay. Oh, we actually had President Reeser as the mover, so thank you guys. We have somebody down as a seconder there, perfect.
While you're doing that, the message that I got was that there is a tie for one of the spots for the counselors in the anti-oppression working group. So I'm going to pull those two people into the breakout room with Julia and Kanan, and they're going to explain the tie-breaking process to you. So if you get an invitation to join a breakout room, please take it. Oh, apparently the link doesn't work. Okay, hold up.
Melissa, it just says it's not accepting responses right now.
Try now.
Okay, it works.
Yeah, it's working for me.
Sorry, can someone re-share the link to vote?
Yeah, sorry, Tio. I'll get that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay, no, that's not gonna work. Sorry, Tio. It's not really letting me copy it from the chat, so I'm going to.
I think Melissa sent it, Megan.
Yeah, I know. It's just I tried to like screenshot it from the chat, but I'm just clicking on it and then copying it from there.
I threw it in again, Megan.
Oh, okay. Sorry, the chat didn't refresh. Thanks.
back.
How are we doing on the form, Melissa?
I have 37 responses. Last time I had 41, so we're pretty close.
Do you have the link for it?
Sure do. Throwing it back in.
Thank you, Melissa.
Megan, totally unrelated USC questions. But how much water do your guineas drink a day? Because mine is like chugging water, and I'm like, do I need to be concerned, or like, is he good? Like, what's the deal?
Okay, that's actually so funny that you asked that, because I thought that too, and I didn't know if there was something wrong with their water bottle or what was going on, but that's actually so weird that they're doing it. I don't know, maybe it's like the season or something, but
I was like, maybe he has kidney issues. And I was like, honey, your mother cannot afford these concerns.
Awkward second. Oh. Sorry, yeah, my dog's been drinking a lot more too. I think it's just the weather.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Like I don't know if the heating in your building. Look, I live in a building, so the heating's on, so it's like really dry in my building, and my dog like goes through so much water, and she's like this little wiener dog. Anyways, that's my story for the day, guys.
oh my gosh, that's amazing.
I'm going to close the Google form.
Okay, perfect.
So we just need to vote on the added motion on the agenda. And then Megan, I don't know if you want to just use the like yes, no.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to get it up so I make sure don't miss anybody. Okay, so everybody get ready. It's just better if you do it all at once, so then we can just make sure we're not missing everybody. Okay, so if you want to vote in favor of passing this motion for USA, please do a green check mark, and do the green check mark now, please, so we can count.
Should we maybe explain again where you can find that, or is everyone good?
Sorry, yeah, it's the green check mark there, but it looks like the vast majority of people have got it so far, but we're at 32 right now, and we can do abstentions and objections afterwards, so. Oh, actually, I think that's pretty close for voting members. It shows you the number there. Oh my god, you're joking. Okay, it looks like Okay, if you would like to vote against the motion, please click the red X you just click participants and it comes up there. Okay, if you would like to abstain from voting on the motion, you can click go faster. All right, thank you. So the motion passes. And Julia can give us the updates as soon as those are ready. But I think we have some previous ones to go over, Julia, if you want to do those now.
Yeah, I have both the anti-oppression working groups and the USA results. So I'll start with the anti-oppression group for the student at large. So huge congratulations to Kristen, Razan, Mohammed, and Sam Darsh. And then, sorry, do a little clap. And then for the working group for the counselors for the anti-oppression working group, we have Kennedy, Antonio, Ziana, and Augustine. So congrats to all of them. It was a really barn-burning coin toss we had, so it's really good. And then finally, a huge congrats to our USA runoff winner, Matthew.
All right, congratulations everybody, and thank you for putting your name forward. Okay, so next up we have a motion. Sorry, I'll get the presentation back up. But Counselor Mendez, sorry, I can get the visual up before you start talking if you prefer.
I can start talking before you put it up though, if you'd like.
Okay, whatever works.
Oh, but it's up, so okay. So the reason that this came about is because there's a history of oppression here at Western, and BIPOC students have been continuously disadvantaged. So across Western, there's this need for students to be trained in EDI, especially when it comes to leadership, because obviously people do not know how to correctly engage with a lot of these topics, and that's okay. It's okay to not know and to not be informed, but I think it's a really necessary step as an institution, as an organization, and as student leaders to actually get informed, to learn, and to continuously learn. And I think that's something that we really need to focus on this year as a USC, because again, time and time again, we've seen that BIPOC students have had to face extreme marginalization by the community at large and by specific events that have taken place here on campus that have disadvantaged BIPOC and just the various identities at school. So the reason that this motion is coming to council is because we want to mandate for all student athletes, being it that they currently do not have mandatory EDI training, we'd like them to actually receive it. This has been given to us by consultations with varsity athletes that have BIPOC identities. So this is coming directly from them. This is something that they've asked for and that we just really want to fulfill, because at the end of the day, that is our job. We have to advocate for students, and that's how this came to be.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mendez. Councillor Palladino, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, I just want to say.
Sorry, that's me.
Okay, we're good. Sorry.
To mute yourself, please, John. Wait, can they hear you now? Go.
Okay, is this better?
You guys are creating a feedback loop. One of you needs to turn off your mic or turn off your speakers.
Okay, is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say, I think this is really important. I think that especially like, I feel really privileged that we got EDI training. I think as student leaders, it's really important as well. And if you're a student athlete, you are a student leader, you are a role model. And I think it's really important to get that type of training and that representation. So I'm definitely in favor of this motion, and I think that it's really important.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the motion? If you have a question, feel free to send your name in the chat. Sorry, just to clarify, you need to be a member of council to ask questions and contribute to debate. Councillor Ali.
So first of all, I obviously, I speak in favor of this motion. I think it's really fantastic and absolutely 100% in support of it. One of the concerns that I do have in terms of feasibility is in regard to some of the paid positions and how that would be implemented. I know that it has been, to the best of my understanding, a bit of a consistent struggle in past years implementing mandatory training with employed members of communities, just because of the union contracts and all of that stuff. So have you had a chance to kind of look into how to navigate that obstacle, or is that still something as of yet, to kind of navigate and figure out how to go about enforcing mandatory training in a context where that may not be feasible legally?
I can speak to that. Am I allowed to, Megan?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So I spoke to one of the student athletes, and they kind of give me a breakdown of how it works in athletics. So they actually have MASC, which is separate from the USC, which is the Mustang Athletics Student Council. And I think they're allowed to mandate because all the employees are employees of MASC, if I'm not mistaken. And she said that like it's their job to provide the training because they also have like separate resources and services that are specific to athletics. So they like it works separately from like the university as a whole, and they have like separate they have separate jurisdiction over there in MASC. This would be requiring MASC to do this, and then they have actually I've been provided with like a series of names of people who we're supposed to contact, and like these people are able to actually do this.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Can I clarify that answer a little bit? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Oh, is it working now? I just want to clarify, it's not Mustang Athletic Student Council that has authority over staff members at the university. That goes through the director of sports and rec. So that's a full-time staff member and administrator at the university that I've had conversations with around how this training has worked, and they're the ones that's been providing the information on the current training that does exist. Although it's not mandatory, it is training that's offered to athletes. So it's something that we're working on and something I have some upcoming meetings to discuss as well. But I just want to clarify that it's not the role of the student council to mandate that kind of training for staff. And they don't necessarily have that authority. Although I know they are working on other initiatives to kind of further the conversation around anti-racism on campus. And I think they're here today, so I'm not sure if they plan to speak to that as well. But yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because it's not the role of the student council to mandate kind of the training of staff.
Megan, I don't know if I can.
Sorry, Gabrielle was up next for questions.
Thanks, Megan, and thanks, everyone. I'm one of the co-presidents for MASC, which is Mustangs Athlete Student Council, along with Mustangs Care. So I had some good conversations with Victoria over the past few weeks, and a few other members of council here. But just in addition to a few of her points, I just wanted to make some clarification. So I just want to touch on some of the things that the MASC group has been able to do and has done. So we actually have mandatory EDI training for orientation for all varsity athletes. So that includes the 46 varsity members, and that's essentially run not through MASC, but we do help out with facilitating that. As well, we created a student athlete anti-racism initiative earlier in July. So a lot of our athletes have been creating events and going to that throughout this entire year. And we've also run sessions with LaDan, who is the EDI director of Western. So we had one most recently on October 18th for about an hour. And we also run sessions for Allies on Campus with Danielle Carr, who's another EDI director and also a gender-based violence prevention mentor at Western. And we have some BIPOC student representatives on each of the varsity teams. So one of my track team members, Daniela, is actually helping run the student athlete anti-racism initiative. So those are just some of the things we have been doing. So just in terms of the student athlete side for varsity members, we have this training mandated, and we also have mandated EDI training coming up on November 8th, as well as February 21st, 28th, March 7th, and March 14th. So all of that's already in place, and that's just something that we're able to do for varsity athletes. However, we don't have jurisdiction to talk to coaches in terms of mandating any of that or any of the administration. And as well, we don't have, I guess you could say, any power over the non-varsity members, as we only represent varsity athletes.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? And just to keep in mind, if you have a constituent who's messaged you a concern, you can bring forward the concern on their behalf. That's something you're more than welcome to do if somebody's brought something up to you that you'd like to mention to council. We just need people with speaking rights to bring the point forward.
Sorry, Megan, just to clarify, do you need a mover? I'm a tiny bit confused about what you're.
Nope. No, sorry. I'm just saying I've just gotten a few messages from a few different counselors who have had constituents bring forward concerns about the motion or even just like points of discussion. And so just as a counselor, you need to vocalize these concerns to counselors yourself. We just can't have like everybody coming to council and like bringing the point themselves. You know what I mean? Like you're the representative to speak on their behalf is what I'm saying. But if there's no other questions, we can move on to debate. So if there's any points of debate, please just remember to say whether you're speaking in favor or against the motion after stating your name and position. Okay, if there are no points of debate, we can go to turning point and vote. Gabrielle, do you want to ask your question to Counselor Mendez? I think he might be able to give you a better answer.
Okay, thanks, Megan. Counselor Mendez, I was just wondering if, I just wanted to clarify, is this requiring mandatory EDI training? Because we have mandatory EDI training for varsity athletes.
Okay, so from the consultations that I did, and like I've been told that like they have not received EDI training, and like this came from other varsity athletes. So like maybe it is mandatory, but not everyone goes. Like I don't know how they enforce this. I just think this is like this motion's to explore like exactly what's happening, because like this is an issue that students brought to us. So if it is mandatory, maybe not everyone's going. Like there's a lot of mandatory sessions that happen on campus that not everyone really attends, and it's an accountability issue more than anything, right?
So to just on that point, should we amend the motion then to have something else, saying that like it's looking into why people aren't going to the training?
Sorry. Can we can everybody just hold off on voting for a second? If you've already voted, no worries. We can come back to that issue afterwards. But I think we should go back to debate just for a minute to clarify. But yeah, sorry, Gabrielle, if you want to continue with your point, you're welcome to.
Okay, thank you. So instead of maybe making a motion for mandatory training, since we already have that, it would be interesting to look at like why people weren't going. But I'm just wondering if that's maybe a different motion.
Sorry, Counselor Mendez, did you want to clarify the motion?
Okay, yeah, for sure. So when it comes to like when we use like words like mandatory and it like they haven't actually happened, like and students have not actually received the training and they've been told that it's a mandatory training, it's really dangerous to use those words, because then students are said, okay, well, I was promised this. And this is actually outlined in like one of the research that I've been doing. It's that like students have been feel like they've been let down by the institution because they've been promised things and they haven't necessarily gotten what they were promised. And I think that's like kind of why we're looking into like mandatory, and the idea behind this motion was to task the executive with like advocating for this. And I think part of that is exploration and to like get more information. I know Victoria's already been working on this and she has been in contact with you, which is really great, because we see things are happening like even before they were brought to council, which is really important too. But yeah, I think like we need to be careful when we use the word mandatory. I think that's like, that was the idea, is that like, if it is mandatory, then why isn't it happening? So I think the motion does encompass it, if that helps. Like, I think the motion as is does encompass that. But if you are looking for more clear language, like that's something that we can explore, of course.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. The only thing is that the orientation week happens in the beginning of September. So during that time is when the first session of anti-racism training is. So athletes who are at the school or joining the Zoom, I guess it would have been this year, they would have received that. I can find the exact date, but I think it was the third week of September. And then the reason why it hasn't happened for like additional members, and if they came to the school in like third year or something, is because it's happening on November 8th.
And have they received this every year? Like, has this always been the plan that in part of orientation for varsity athletes, and then for varsity athletes that join later on, that it's still later in the year? Because I consulted with varsity athletes from multiple years, so they weren't all from the same year, and they said that they have not received the training. So is attendance taken? Like, I think there needs to be exploration of how accountability works in terms of like, how are we tracking this?
Sorry, I just want to interject here. Councillor Omarodian was up next.
Oh, sorry.
All good.
Hi, Councillor Omarodian. So I really do want to echo the points that Councillor Mendez has made with, I think, the language of mandatory. If you just simply say it's mandatory, but there's no consequence to someone not going, I wouldn't really label it mandatory, because as Augustin has said, like, if he's consulted people that either haven't gone themselves or have seen low attendance at these events, then it isn't mandatory, it's just suggested. So if we are making an amendment to the motion, I think maybe making it like consequences to not attend the mandatory training, but just something that really like pushes that accountability aspect to make sure that every student athlete is getting this training. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Feldman?
Yeah, I would like to agree with the two other counselors as well, that I would say it's pretty dangerous to be able to say that it's mandatory, but then have many, like a large portion of students or some students who don't actually end up attending just because it's again an issue of accountability, that it's a lot easier to blame, like it's a lot easier to sort of contribute you saying something inappropriate to you not being properly educated about it, compared to you having sat through a lesson or an EDI training session and having ignored what it is, or knowingly doing it versus simply being ignorant and uneducated. So I'd say it's pretty dangerous to say that like when it's said that it's mandatory, it's sort of implying that everyone knows the standards and has learned these EDI standards, but in reality, as we're seeing, there's a good amount of athletes that haven't. And I think I recall when I did Western Athletics, I'm not sure if it's through Western Athletics, but we had like soccer intramurals, and we had something we had to sign or we couldn't play. So I think, again, like it should be something similar to that if you don't attend this EDI session, maybe there should be some serious consequences, because we're seeing a lot of students who aren't attending this, and it's not having the impact we're intending it to have, obviously.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder, if you want to speak during debate, please just make sure to say which side of the motion you're on. But I think, Gabrielle, you're up next.
Thanks. I'm on the side of kind of exploring the wording and potentially asking for an amendment. I'm just wondering so the wording is on having it in place, but since it's in place, maybe we could change that to exploring like other mechanisms, like you were saying, Councillor Mendez. But I'm just wondering if this topic has been explored on main campus as well, because if I'm understanding correctly, I think that a lot of us for sure can agree on the point that it's important and that it's something that's necessary. It's just, if we're looking for different ways to create accountability towards everyone, I don't think MASC would have the facilities or the resources necessary to continue to address that, because this is run through, like all the training sessions are not run through MASC, they're run for Western Athletics, and Western Athletics that runs these sessions, it's just for varsity members. So I think it's something that we should consider. Maybe if you would like the USC to be involved in it, we could probably get individuals like Stephanie White, who's the director of athletics, involved, because I think she would be able to kind of figure out how they're making sure people come to the meetings.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mendez?
Councillor Mendez, I want to speak in favor of the motion. So actually, in our motion, we didn't really specify that it was MASC. We talked about athletics as a whole, which I think maybe this is like where we're kind of having like a little bit of we're not really understanding each other, because athletics while MASC does play a key role in athletics, this is advocating to athletics as a whole. So I have identified a couple of stakeholders, including Christine Stapleton and Bonnie Cooper, because we know that athletic services, they are not solely produced through MASC, and MASC is student-led. So we want to look at, we're looking at different levels, and that's why I still want to keep the word mandatory in there, because again, this is about accountability. You can't use the word mandatory. You can't promise a marginalized community that there will be mandatory training and then not provide it to everyone. And if it's not really mandatory, this is another accountability issue. And it obviously does not start at MASC. This is an athletics issue. This is an institutional issue. So when we're talking about our institution, we look at all levels, and we're not just no one's pointing a finger at MASC is what I'm just trying to say. It's this isn't us pointing any fingers. This is just trying to increase accountability for athletics as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ali.
Alrighty, so mine is a little bit more of a question for point of information rather than a point of debate. So I would just like to get some clarification. I'm not sure exactly who would be able to best speak to this, whether it be Gabrielle or Victoria, about the specific scope of jurisdiction for MASC and how the specific piece about making training mandatory for coaches and other hired positions kind of ties into that piece about jurisdiction. I'm just a little bit confused about who is able to kind of mandate for each other. So I'm just looking for some clarification on that front.
Okay, VP Barroso or Gabrielle, either of you are welcome to answer.
I saw Gabrielle put her name in the chat, so maybe Gabrielle, if you want to start, and then I can fill in anything afterwards.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Victoria. So basically, MASC is only representing students, and the mandate of MASC, maybe I'll just clarify that initially. It's just to provide additional value for Western varsity athletes through internal events and educational, as well providing opportunities for external volunteering within the London community. So that's essentially our mandate. The coaches, as well as other athletics administration, they're not related to us. Sometimes, you know, we use their help to target different student athletes to bring them out to our meetings, but they fall under completely separate portfolio. We're just basically a student-run student community to gather varsity athletes.
Well, and then I can just, I can just jump in as well and say that on the staff and coaches side, because they're employees of the university and of sports and recreation, they would likely fall under Christine Stapleton, if not her, another administrator that kind of oversees the staff side of athletics. So that's where the USC's advocacy can kind of work in tandem with Mustang Athletics Student Council, and it's something that we're working towards already, but something that obviously is a product of this motion we can definitely focus specifically on and bring a specific kind of update back to council at the next meeting. But I mean, the USC has made it pretty clear that we're advocating not just for mandatory mandatory racism training for people in like staff and faculty in the athletics community, but also just broader across campus. So that continues to be a focus of the USC, and I can continue to liaise with the administrators on kind of the staff and faculty jurisdiction of that. And then MASC is obviously doing a lot on their part to support student athletes in this as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other points of debate? Okay, so this will just be like one last call for points of debate. Once we call the question and go to turning point, that will be the end of the debate. Okay, if there's no further points of debate, we can call to question. So please go to turning point and vote on motion 7.
Megan, on my screen, it's saying motion 6. Is that correct or no?
Let me check if the presentation is.
Okay, because it says 6 athletics anti-racism on here. I just want to make sure.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just going by the. Oh, yeah, the presentation just has a typo. My apologies. It is motion 6.
Okay, so closing the polls. The motion carries 97% in favor with 3% abstaining.
Sorry, Melissa, did you repeat? Wow, sorry. I didn't hear what you said. Do you mind repeating yourself?
Yeah, sorry about that. Polls are closed. Motion carries 97% in favor with 3% of voters abstaining.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up we have motion 7. Sorry, just getting the. All right, so I'll look for a mover for motion 7.
Megan, I'm listed as the mover on that already for student bursary.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Just for clarification.
Sounds good. Can I get a seconder?
Councillor Ali.
Thank you. Are there any, or sorry, President Reeser, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I'd actually love to, just to give kind of an introduction and also to speak to the appendix that we added in at the beginning, just to give a quick little overview to all of our councils. So in terms of the motion itself and the TOR that comes with it within the appendix, it's basically firming up the structure of how the funds will be released that we talked about in last council meeting about the 300,000 that will be earmarked for BIPOC students, international students, and low-income students. So basically, this is basically the way that we are proposing with this TOR to ensure that this this pool of money is safeguarded from a fiduciary responsibility standpoint of the USC, as well as ensuring that it's serving its purpose with students. And if you notice in the structure that is indicated, there's this pairing system that's been created where there are representatives of the USC, so whether that be representatives from the VPGF portfolio or also members of the Student Refugee Fund Committee as well. So there's that side of the USC, but then there's also going to be 6 at-large students who will be hired, which is that hired word is the reason for the change in the appendix, which we'll go into a little bit more depth just for a second right here, is that initially in the original version of this TOR, there was it was 6 members elected at the November council meeting, and for this one they're now it'll be hired. And to give clarity on why that change was made and why it was made kind of on the fly today was after further consultation with our peer programs representatives within the USC, we were able to have a good discussion about what would be the most opportune way to ensure that students who want to be on this committee, to ensure that they're releasing these funds as those 6 student at large, face minimal barriers, and it's the most inclusive way possible. So this format has been the way forward, and the 3 people who will then within the COR that will then be the ones who are choosing, or are the ones who are hiring these 6 at-large students will be in this motion is a representative of council. There will be 1 representative of the peer programs department of the USC, and then the AVP Finance, Shafiq, who is also the chair of this committee. So with all that said, the main purposes of what we're doing here is, again, striking that balance of that fiduciary responsibility that we owe to students in a sum of money such as this, as well as ensuring that this money is going to affect students in every way possible and really do the purpose that it's been earmarked for. So I'll leave it at that, and I'm happy to take any possible questions of anything I've said or anything within the TOR or the motion.
All right, thank you. Councillor Lee, did you want to speak to the motion?
I'm happy to defer my speaking rights back to Matt or to Vice President St. Pierre if you had any additional comments you wanted to add. I don't know. Pick your poison, VPs. If anyone wants to talk, I'm good.
Okay, perfect. We can just go on to questions then. Are there any questions on the motion?
Councillor Ali, Arts and Humanities.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had talked about the September council meeting about the potential for self-designation of funds via specifically cultural clubs and administration portals that directly represent BIPOC students on campus. So from my understanding of the motion and the appendix as it stands currently, that is not something that will be carrying forward. So I just like some clarification about how and why that decision was made, and also how how you're going to ensure that QT BIPOC students feel comfortable applying for bursaries from an institution that has not necessarily been the most supportive of them in the past.
Yeah, that's a great question, Councillor Ali. You broke up a little bit on my end on the front end, so I'm going to answer what I'm pretty sure you were asking. Then if I've missed the mark, then definitely just ask again and I'll clarify. But I believe what you're talking about is ensuring that maybe there's positions earmarked for certain clubs or groups, and the rationale for having it just as 6 general at large is to ensure that there's no to ensure that anyone who is desiring to be a part of this group is able to and has an opening to do so. And to more, I think the root of what your question is how are we going to ensure that students are aware of this? And as I think has been made, a point has been made on our council floor already, I believe this year, is that we want to ensure that students are aware of these opportunities and ensure that we're really doing our due diligence to reach out and not ensure and take the responsibility off these students who come from marginalized communities. So our plan is to ensure that we are reaching out directly to the representatives of our ethnocultural clubs, as well as any other groups within our campus that we feel might be interested in this grouping. So I hope that's clear, but if there's any other clarification I can give on that, I'm happy to do so.
No, that answers my question. Thank you.
Sorry, if I can just add to this as well. Just from the point of the cultural clubs piece, I agree. I think it's a big importance. The issue we ran into was a logistics-based issue of we hold a lot of their bank accounts as well within the USC as the USC ratified clubs. So when administering the funds, I think it's a communications challenge more than anything, and making sure that they're represented within the voice. And I think that's where, like Matt had addressed, where his consideration went, and that's where the actual allocation of the funds will be still administered by the USC as a backing, but we do want to have their representation as the forefront, if that helps clarify.
Are there any other questions? You can send your name in the chat, or just turn your mic on if that's easier.
Question from Councillor Joe Law. So my question is, how will you verify, will there be a verification process of bursaries? Because I know that with Western, they do have to sort of check your financial status. Will that sort of apply here? And also, I think I had another question, but I'll ask that question first.
I can jump in on this quickly. So it will be a part of the application process likely. It's still to be worked out. I'll be very clear, this is still to be worked out the actual committee itself. But we do have the ability to work with Western on verifying the actual financial need piece of this. So that I'll clarify that piece if that helps.
Great, thanks. And my follow-up question on that would be, for the students who are hired as at-large decision makers, what does hiring actually entail? Will they be paid for that role? And how will you make sure that there's no conflict of interest?
Yeah, so great question. So within that grouping, what we're intending on doing, it will be a volunteer base. So there's no intention for a pay for that decision-making body on who is then. And to be clear, Councillor Joe, are you speaking of the 6 students who are then serving as the at-large, or do you mean the 3 who are selecting those 6?
The 6 students at large.
Yeah, so with that grouping, it's designed for them to be, in a way, a committee that's going to serve this purpose of releasing these funds. But there's one-time system of releasing the finances here. So I hope that provides some clarity there. And yeah, so as I said, there is no intention right now to have a pay. It is a volunteer-based position, as is similar with many other council committees that we commission.
Great, thank you.
Were there any other questions?
Councillor Ali. So I noticed near the end of the appendix, it said that it would be a maximum of 300 bursaries at a maximum of $1,000 a piece. Would it be a possibility? I mean, obviously, I don't want to, lower bursary amounts, but at the same time, I think it is also important that we create as many bursaries as possible. Can you speak to the decision to set the bursary amount at $1,000 and essentially limit the number of bursaries that we can create? And essentially why you landed on the numbers that you did?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the big piece of this is we modeled our structure off of previous bursary funds or like bursary allocations that we've seen in the past because we wanted to create as much impact with the bursaries that we're going to be giving as possible. I know this is like, it was kind of a balance between what materiality was to students and what $1,000 bursaries would go towards. And that was the reasoning for the $1,000. We decided it would be a best fit to allocate $1,000 because something we've seen, even I know some of the asks from students in general, students at large during international asks, international students have asked for $1,000 bursaries along the lines. And that was some of the main reasoning behind it. I do agree that there is flexibility in how that actually is funded. The committee might make a decision to go other ways if they do want to allocate more or less towards certain students. But I think this is a set decision based off of what's been previously done. And that was the main reason.
All right, and just a quick follow-up question then, just based off that answer. So is there flexibility within the committee itself to self-determine the amount of bursary for each applicant, or is the language of the policy or the appendix as it stands currently solidified and cemented at 300 out of 1,000?
If the committee were to decide that they wanted to make adjustments, it would have to come to council, but they are free to make that adjustment if they do see fit.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Feldman?
So I have a quick question. I'm not sure if what I'm asking is right or not, but according to the terming of the motion, does it mean that it's or low income or international student or BIPOC student? Or does it mean that, for example, BIPOC students who are not low income will also be eligible for this bursary?
Yeah, so within that wording, it's, sorry, we had an issue there. Yeah, so to answer that question of the ORs, I believe, it's any student who identifies with any number of those three unique identities. So yeah, if that or, we can make a clerical change if that's an issue of council, but it's intended to allocate for anyone who would identify within one or several of those identities or groups.
Councillor Ali?
Yep.
So I have a follow-up question based off of the point that Councillor Feldman brought up. So in regard to these, in regards to kind of the eligibility of students when applying for these bursaries, is there a cutoff point income-wise where BIPOC students would no longer be eligible for a bursary, or is it the applicability of any one of those criteria makes a student eligible to apply? Because my concern would be that, we would be administering bursaries to high income students. Not that I'm saying that that is going to be, a rampant reality in the application process. I'm just curious about if there are cutoffs, income line, regardless of other components of eligibility.
Yeah, so I guess to that, it's I think the root of your question there was like, yeah, is there a cutoff where like you would slide into one of the categories or the other? I believe, yeah, it's within, as we said, also within this motion, it's speaking to the structure of the committee as well. And once it's formed to, they can definitely flush out more of the details of what the specific numbers will be, if there is a definite cutoff or whether it's a range within that kind of low income grouping. But I guess to your point that, yeah, if it's, as I kind of the question from the previous counselor was about, yeah, like if they're identifying in several groupings, it doesn't mean that they're shifting kind of from one group or another. It's just ensuring that we're really, the reason for each of those three A, B, and C groups that we were outlining there is to ensure that we're accounting for as many possible students that are marginalized or face challenges, especially within this COVID era that we find ourselves in, that they are represented and that they're allocated and they're accounted for within this process.
Thank you. Councillor Feldman?
Hi, so just to follow up a bit on that, would it be better, I just also want to hear council's opinion potentially, but would it be better if we sort of made a qualifier for a low income student, whatever that might be, with a preference, or not a preference, but more of a focus on BIPOC and international students, just to make sure that technically like it wouldn't be possible or less likely for it to be that BIPOC students who are not financially needy push out people who are low income and need the money.
Okay.
And I can jump on this quickly. So from a financial need perspective, I've talked to the officer registrar a bit who deals with the financial need as well. And if council decides to go away, we can talk about it more as well. I think this is a committee decision if we're mandating certain aspects of the actual application, because that's the reason for the committee is to ensure that we have representation when deciding on what the factors are. I think the reason for the point system and the committee structure is to ensure that these questions are addressed there. But again, if council decides they want to go a direction, I don't want to guide that. But from an officer register perception, it's good to allow for a decision from a committee level, if that helps. But council can decide.
Okay, are there any other questions before we move on to debate? Yeah, Councillor Prue.
So I just wanted to confirm exactly what was just exchanged there. So there will be some flexibility within the committee to like make limitations or like make changes within these guidelines, like that fit, like that there's the overarching guidelines and there's smaller guidelines underneath.
Yeah. So Amber, yeah, so exactly. So that's the intent, is that this motion and this TOR is outlining the general structure of this grouping and how it's formed. So as I mentioned in last council, it was about the release and the breakdown of the funds. Now is creating the stewards of this grouping. And then within that committee, and as we had the people who are then hired at that 6 at large, plus the USC representatives who will maintain that fiduciary responsibility. They're the ones who will then be able to iron out those details and more specific of like the ranges and specific and the application process. And to give another piece of information that I think is helpful is that, as I'd mentioned when I was speaking in my further consultations with several of our peer program coordinators, they also, there will be an opening for them to be a part of that application process to ensure that them being experts of many of the fields and representatives within the USC, they'll bring that insight as well within that creation of the application to really do our best to ensure that we're doing everything in our power to make this amount of money serve the purpose that it was earmarked for.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, then we can move on to debate. If anybody has any points of debate, please put your name in the chat. Councillor Prue, and just a reminder to say whether you're in favor or against the motion before you start speaking.
So I'm speaking in favor of this motion, and well, obviously, I think this is a well outlined, and the TOR gives great detail to outline this group. I'm also really grateful for the general structure and allowing the committee itself to make smaller decisions within that. And I think that with that knowledge, I feel a lot more strongly about this motion, knowing that they will be able to make those small minor changes that we as council don't have the information that council will be able to grasp.
Thank you. Are there any other points of debate? Yeah, Councillor Ali.
First of all, I just misspelled my own last name, and that's embarrassing for me, but oh well. I'm speaking in favor of this motion. I really support the intent and the reasoning behind the motion, as well as appreciate the explanations of, why certain things we discussed in the past weren't able to come to fruition necessarily in the way that we'd hoped for. The only thing I would ask moving forward is that, we do get updated on some of those small structural changes that the committee may be making, particularly so I can communicate those to my constituents about eligibility and any potential contrasting eligibilities as well.
Thank you. Did anybody else have anything they'd like to contribute? Okay, if there's no further points of debate, then we can call to question. You'll have 2 minutes to vote. So please go vote on Turning Point. Also, I just noticed that we are well past the hour-and-a-half mark. So once you're done voting, so the 2 minutes for voting is up at 10:24. So then we'll reconvene at 10:30. We'll do a extra minute on the break. Go crazy.
You're so generous tonight, Meg. Wow. A queen.
So I have closed the polls and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we are going to come back now and we can move on to motion 8. And I'll be looking for a mover for this one, unless President Reeser, you wanted to move this one.
Sorry. Yes. I was just grabbing a quick snack. But yeah, I was just coming into frame there. But yeah, I guess there's not much to speak to that, but I think it's a great motion and we will move forward from there.
Perfect. Can I get a seconder for the motion?
Councillor Folia.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the motion? Okay, if there's no questions, correct me if I'm wrong, but I assume we're doing nominations from the floor. So if you want to make a nomination, please go ahead.
I'd like to nominate, oh wait. Okay, I'd like to nominate Councillor Ali.
Councillor Ali, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Okay, if there are no other nominations,
I nominate Councillor Marginian.
Okay, Councillor Marginian, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Okay, if there's no further nominations, then we can do 1-minute speeches. Councillor Lee, whenever you're ready.
All right. So as a student with extreme financial accessibility concerns, my education and my ability to pursue said education is something that I have had to consider on a year-to-year basis. To be frank, when the Ford administration changed the OSAP rules, it became a moment where my family actually had to go into debt in order to finance my education. So I'm very well aware of, that particular obstacle that faces students when making informed choices about whether or not Western University and post-secondary education is something that is accessible to them. I am very passionate about this area. It is something that obviously has informed my own experience as well as the experiences of many of my friends and a lot of my colleagues on this council as well. And so it is something that I think, it is important to have students and representatives on that council who can also relate to what that experience is like as well, to be able to inform the policy and procedure that we use to designate these funds to students moving forward. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Councillor Marginian, whenever you're ready.
All right, hi everyone. Councillor Marginian, Science Council President. I'm interested in being on the Student Refugee Fund because of various reasons. The first one is that I've done extensive research on refugees with disabilities and health outcomes once they arrive to Western countries. So that was in my third year project. So I'm just very interested and like to immerse myself in literature about the struggles and the potential positive impacts that we can have as a society on refugee newcomers. And I'm also very involved on council with the International Commissioner, which is a position that I created. And one of the things that we're advocating for is to increase the amount of funding that goes towards the Student Refugee Fund. So I'd like to continue my work on that in a different capacity and in a more direct capacity. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you both. So I believe Melissa has a form that we can use to vote. We'll just give a minute there.
So I've just dropped the form in the chat. Because there's only 2 candidates, it's essentially a first past the post thing. There's nothing to rank, so just choose the candidate that you would like to vote for.
Great, thank you.
So I'm going to close the form in 3, 2, 1. That's closed. However, Turning Point is open.
Perfect. If you can go vote on Turning Point, we'll close that in 2 minutes. All right, are we able to close the polls, Melissa?
Yep, so the polls are closed and the motion carries unanimously.
All right, great. Are we able to announce the winner now?
So this depends on what council wants to do, because Julia had to hop off the call. So I can tell you who won. I've done the calculation, but if you would like the results to be certified by the CRO, I can send them off to her and she can let us know tomorrow.
I think the candidates, if you want to weigh in on this,
I'm
very
good with Melissa just saying now. Like I'm not like I don't think we need Julia to be like, yeah, Melissa can do math. Unless you would be more comfortable with that, Melissa, but I'm fine with it personally.
It's really whatever y'all are most comfortable with.
I am fully confident in you, Melissa.
Yeah, appreciate the vote of confidence. So
more confident than I am in myself ever.
Oh, that's a mood.
So the council position of the Student Refugee Fund will be filled by Tia. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations. We can move on to our 9th motion. Can I get a mover for this motion?
Councilor Baldwin.
Thank you, Councilor Baldwin. And a seconder, please.
Folia.
All right, thank you. Councilor Baldwin, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, absolutely. So I just wanted to mention we had some pretty great conversations, some pretty engaging conversation about this motion in governance and finance. Gave some good feedback. I'm glad the executives implemented some of those recommendations, some of that feedback. As Vice President St. Pierre mentioned, I think this motion is relatively straightforward. Hopefully, streamlines the future changes to the bylaw and sort of modernizes it because it always seems to be changing. So yeah.
All right, thank you. Councilor Folia, did you want to speak to the motion?
No, I think that Ryan Baldwin did a fantastic job. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions on the motion? Okay, if there's no questions, we can move on to debate. Are there any points of debate on the motion? Okay, if there's no points of debate, then we can call to question on Turning Point. 2 minutes. We'll start as soon as the polls are open, so please go vote.
Polls are open. Okay, I'm going to close the polls in 3, 2, 1. Someone snuck right in on the 1. Nicely done. The motion carries unanimously.
All right, great. Now our last motion, executive reports. President Reeser, did you want to speak to the motion?
I would say I think it's a great motion, and you'll see some great information coming from those. So yeah, that's about it. Pretty simple, pretty cut and dry.
Nice. Can we get a seconder for the motion?
Councilor Campbell.
Thank you. Are there any questions about the motion? Any points of debate?
Megan, do you want me to share my screen for their presentation so that they can deliver the reports?
Yeah, whatever works. I think it was emailed to me too, right?
I think so. I just wasn't sure what would be easier for you.
Whatever works, doesn't matter.
Cool.
Okay, if there is no points of debate, then please go on Turning Point and vote.
Meg, should we have the reports delivered before they vote on whether or not they accept them?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. That sounds good to me. Sorry, Melissa, would it be better if I pulled them up or what works best?
Nope, I got it. I'm just going to kick you out of screen sharing for a minute.
Sounds good. Sorry, please ignore Turning Point. We'll just pause that for a minute.
There we go.
Okay, amazing. Well, yeah, so I guess with all the hard work done there, the council report's coming forward. So I guess we can go to next slide. I can hop in on and start off on mine. And then obviously we'll, as councilors have all seen before, we'll go in a very, obviously the similar order as normal. So yeah. Oh, yeah, there we go. So yeah, so I guess we had a lot going on in October. It's yeah, one of those, again, every month feels busier than the next, but in terms of the ones that the pieces that I want to highlight are the ones that you see below you there. Also within our documents that we sent out with our roadmap tracker, where a lot of us are following very similar kind of like the headings and points there. So you'll probably notice a lot of crossover in that document to kind of show our process where we had actions taken as well as next steps. So I really hope everyone had a chance to read through that in advance of these PowerPoints. But just to give a kind of upper view just of the highlights that I want to bring from my end is our student engagement, which is obviously a huge priority of our exec this year, especially in a time such as COVID, really wanting to be there for our students. The USC ambassador team, we were able to do some engagement with them early on, but then also today there was our mobile mental health pop-up that happened today, and it was a great success. We saw people coming out, taking a little break, getting some fresh air. So it was a great event from our end. And as I put a shout out from VP Tobias Murray and her incredible team of AVPs, it's great success on that. And then with outreach, also something that was I've been mentioning in past reports as well, but Victoria and I have begun some of our kind of quote unquote tours to the faculty councils, faculty and affiliate councils, to just deliver kind of what the USC is and make sure that the councils are fresh with our faces as well as we have images of the rest of our team. So we've been working hard on that. Within sustainability, it's been something that we're definitely gearing up for, especially with our sustainability working group, and congrats to everyone once more. There is, we're gonna have that policy reviewing there, but then I've also been given I'm struggling to say a seat on the strategic planning committee for Dr. Shepard's long-term strat plan. So that'll be an exciting place for us to bring that voice of sustainability forward, as well as Vice President Metcalf and myself have been working with our local councilors to really continue forward the desire for green bins from students. I can go on and on. I'll try and keep it nice and quick. Within student life, obviously the space file is something that's really important to us with some of the acquisition we had of new space in the UCC, as well as food options is something we're really trying to maintain hard for our students, especially when people are still having to come on for classes. We're wanting to be there with our beloved spoke, to keep food and keep them fed through the day. And then finally, within USC operations, our USC Foundation has been hitting its goal, which has been incredible to see in terms of offering support to our students in a very direct way. And then overall, just working with the corporation side of the USC and everything that it does to support our students on a day-to-day basis. So with that all said, that's kind of me in a nutshell. Also, please check out that, I don't know if anyone knows the band Camp, it's spelled with like 2 A's. That's like the kind of spin-off album from that. Definitely check it out if you're into some kind of fall acoustic kind of stuff. So check that out, and I will turn it over to Victoria off that.
Awesome, thanks. This might be a long update, but bear with me. So I've been pretty busy over the last month. I was thinking about it before this update, and I was thinking, I think at the last council meeting, we were just first talking about Proctor Track, and there's been a lot of, I guess, progress since then. So I've been spending a lot of time over the last month doing Proctor Track advocacy. So I did media with both CTV and the Gazette, and I've since joined what's called the Office of the Registrar's Remote Proctoring Student Protection Subcommittee. So this was a group put together kind of at liberty of the Office of the Registrar, and it involves student representation from both the USC and the Society of Graduate Students. And this is where I've primarily been elevating student concerns as well as advising the university on their communication strategy related to Proctor Track. So on that committee, we've asked for clarification on the FAQ page that was published by the university, specifically to cover what Proctor Track is, what kind of information it collects, what happened with the recent security breach, and what Western is committing to doing moving forward. I've also had a really productive working relationship with the student who started the petition that's reached over 10,000 signatures now. So that's been a really helpful part of this kind of conversation and the advocacy that we've been able to do. I'm sure most of you are aware now that yesterday the Provost's office released a communication about the reintroduction of Proctor Track and its services as of officially tomorrow. So obviously the USC is pretty disappointed to see this as an announcement, but we're continuing to raise our concerns around privacy, consent, and accessibility, as well as are continuing to do our own research on remote proctoring best practices at other institutions, continuing to gather feedback from students as well. As well as today, I also received an invitation to join a group that's being created kind of in the next week or so. It's, I don't know, I guess I'll say in the next week or so, but in the very near future, that's going to look into alternatives to Proctor Track. So far, I've recommended ways for this group to further consult student opinions to inform the university's next steps, and I'm hopeful that Western will have the ability to provide an alternative to Proctor Track next semester. But as for right now, these are the Office of the Registrar's kind of remote proctoring student protection subcommittee group is where I've been able to voice a lot of these concerns, and as well on this new group when it's kind of created. But I will continue to emphasize student feedback. We have a survey that's out right now, which kind of goes into my next point. So please share and fill out the survey, because that feedback on Proctor Track and on your academic experience in general is really important for our advocacy, as well as when that new group is kind of created, we'll be looking to students to gain their feedback on how the university can kind of pivot from here and move forward. On the topic of the academic survey, I don't think there's anything else besides please share it and fill it out. It's comprehensive to students' current academic experiences with Proctor Track specifically. It asks questions about mental health and the state of student wellness right now, as well as it asks about COVID impact. So really important stuff for our advocacy and for us to know what the state of student life is right now. So really, really important that you share and fill that out if you can. Other things on the academic kind of piece, I'm still working with the Provost Task Force on Open Access and Scholarly Communication. Myself and my counterpart at SOGS, we've been consulting what we're identifying as like champions of open access, and we've been asking them to kind of identify ways that Western can become an institution more focused on open access, open educational resources, and just generally more open sourced resources. So if you are interested in that, or if you have friends or other people that you know that kind of you would classify them maybe as a champion of open access, definitely reach out to me and I can provide some more information on it. And then also on the academic kind of piece of this, I sit on UCRU, which is a subcommittee of Senate that does undergraduate program review. So just kind of a flag that soon I will be looking for student representation on some of those panels. I don't know yet what the program reviews, like which programs will be reviewed, but just kind of a heads up that if you're a part of a faculty council, it's pretty likely that I will contact you if there is a program review coming up for your faculty. On the student experience file, I've been doing a lot of consultations over the last month on what the racism reporting process looks like on campus. So I've met with the Director of Equity and Human Rights, I guess director as well of student support and case management that oversees the code of conduct, as well as the director of campus community police services and the AVP student experience. So myself and the ethnocultural student support team has been doing a lot of research on what the current state of racism reporting is on campus and compiling some recommendations that we'll integrate into that EDI priority for our budget ask that was passed at council earlier, as well as we have an upcoming meeting with the anti-racism advisors. And I mentioned earlier as well, I have some upcoming meetings with the Director of Sports and Rec to kind of touch on the athletics piece specifically. So that's a big piece on the anti-racism work that we're doing. We also publicized some asks and called on the university to implement an accessible racism reporting tool on campus to clearly outline the serious penalties students will face for committing acts of racism and discrimination in our campus community, to create and recruit a senior administrative position, so an AVP EDI basically, and then to mandate anti-racism training for all of Western University's faculty and staff. So that's not something that we do often. We don't really tag at Western University. So that was a pretty big thing that we did. And thanks to a lot of the work from the ESS team, we were able to do that and able to publicize those asks, which is really great that students know kind of where the USC's advocacy is at on this. And also just another kind of small win that I wanted to mention, in a recent admin meeting, we brought up kind of the lack of update on the anti-racism working group report that was published over the summer. And we urged the senior administrators to continue or to consider giving the community an update on that file. And since then, they've published a story on Western News from the 2 anti-racism advisors themselves, kind of an update from the summer. So if you're interested in kind of the work that they're doing, I encourage you to check that out because it's a really great article. On the student experience piece as well, I've been working with student experience, like the department student experience at Western, to establish an accessibility community of practice. So Emily, who's our accessibility coordinator, has been really great and actively involved in that. And we're looking at doing an audit of both the physical spaces on campus and the online learning environment and how that's affecting students with accessibility concerns, as well as I've established some partnerships with the International and Exchange Student Center and Western International, and have connected our ISS coordinator to them as well to be able to do some work for supporting international students on campus. On COVID-19 response, we're continuing to support students in residence and residence staff. We know that this can be a challenging time to be living in residence. There are a lot of separate concerns to consider in that specific environment. It's very different to living off campus, so the USC is continuing to support students there. I'm still an active member of the Safety and Facilities Management Working Group, and right now I'm kind of pushing on the university to kind of finalize their plans for any kind of winter contingency that needs to be established, but we continue to get updates kind of on like PPE, things like that. So it's still a good group for, I guess, information sharing. And then Mackenzie and I have also been working on the tuition policy paper. So it's in its final stages, and you will see it at the November council meeting. We're very excited to share it with you. Jenny, who's the counselor on that working group, yeah, I guess it's a working group for the policy paper. Sorry, I've been talking for so long. I just, has also been a really great help to that. And we've gotten some other student consultation on that as well. So that's really exciting. And then on the university budget front, I just wanted to give an update. Our initial consultations are underway with the Office of the Registrar and the anti-racism advisors. They're going really well. And I have, I'm like, it looks really promising, and I'm really excited about our new approach to this. The other thing that I wanted to mention that's kind of a small win in some of the affordability advocacy that we've been doing is the Office of the Registrar has moved the link to apply to bursaries right to the front page of their website. So if you're looking to apply to bursaries, if you literally go to like the Office of the Registrar's website, it's right there on the front page. It's no longer buried under a number of links. So I'd encourage you to also share that or pursue that if that's something that's applicable to you or your constituents. And then our final consultations are scheduled for the end of November. So council's already approved kind of our budget priorities. So just to let you know that like we're actively working on those and formalizing those, and then you'll likely see it at November council as well. And then you should watch Halloween Town because it's a classic childhood favorite. And if you haven't checked out My Wellness, it's a really great resource as part of our new health and dental plan. You should check it out. Offers online counseling with like diverse counselors and a number of different languages. So definitely check it out. And I'm happy to take any questions. I apologize for the long update. Cool. I'll pass it on to Mackenzie.
Hey, Council. Nice to see you again. I am here to report on what I did in the last month. So here goes. For the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance, we've been doing a lot of work training for our Fall General Assembly. This is when each of the student unions from across Ontario meets and discusses 3 new policy papers that are going to be written. Me and my associate are the author of one of the papers, and that is a significant amount of time and resources to create that paper, as well as planning consultations, which you were all invited to, and training the delegates. So a lot of last minute things right now because the conference starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. But we're very excited. And then I've been doing a lot in my role as Vice President Finance for GA. So I have to give a presentation of UC's financials, where we're at with our budgets, especially with SEI and a lot of the opt-outs that happened at different schools. So that is a big presentation that I'm prepping for on Sunday, which a bunch of you will see as UCA delegates. And we're also prepping for our lobby week in November. So I think the third week in November, USA is doing a virtual lobby week with MPPs from across Ontario, which we're very excited for. We've also been doing a lot of work this month on UCRU. So we welcomed, I guess this will be a little bit of a repeat, but we welcomed the University of Ottawa's Student Union, which we were very, very excited about. And the bylaws have been sent to lawyers for review. So we are going to be incorporated hopefully by January. And we're also doing a lot of prep for UCRU's lobby week in November. So we're writing the briefs that we're going to take on our different budget priorities, facilitating the schedules of 10 different student unions, as well as getting ready to conduct lobby meetings in both French and English. So there's a lot of balls in the air juggling that one, but we're really, really excited to get lobby week planned and meet with more MPs than ever. And we're meeting with the Associate Minister of Finance and Minister of Middle Class next week on UCRU. So we're really excited to get some high-level meetings with some ministers, which hopefully you will see on our social media. On top of that, we have a lot of general policy paperwork. The tuition policy paper that Victoria and I are working on is finished and being edited right now so that we can have it for the agenda deadline in 2 weeks at council. So we can take a couple more reviews. We took it to both of our committees and got feedback this past time. So we're going to get more feedback on it before we take it to council officially in November. Like I said, we are also writing the USA policy paper on housing, transit, and community development. And we're preparing for semester 2 USA policy paper consultations. So we have 3 more papers coming in March. And those require a little bit more extensive consultations as opposed to the last paper. So we're doing a lot of prep for that. On my radar for municipal advocacy right now is we're planning for our municipal lobby week to come in December, which is very exciting. You guys passed our municipal priorities, I believe, at the last budget, or no, the last council. So we are prepping different lobby week documents to show to councilors specifically, as well as doing a lot of the logistics for that lobby week. And we are also actively working with municipal stakeholders to share and coordinate COVID-19 information to make sure that all of our stakeholders know what we are doing on campus, that we're following guidelines, and that we are open to talk about students and how they are affected by COVID-19. The other thing we did this month was President Matt Reeser spoke to the Minister of Finance provincially in Ontario, so he was able to elevate the concerns of Western students directly to the people who control the money in the province of Ontario. So we're expecting a budget update on that on November 5th. So we're really, really excited to offer that opportunity. And I think it's a testament to the advocacy that the USC has done in the past couple of years. The fact that the provinces of Ontario knows our name and recognizes us as a legitimate stakeholder for students across Ontario is really, really big and is a testament to the advocacy that I guess Kat Dunn and Danny Chang have done in years before. So I guess a little shout out to my predecessors there. And that is everything we've been doing. Yeah, coolest Canadian Student Union. I can't choose one, so I plugged all the UCRU ones. And my favorite TikTok right now is all the remakes that they do of the scene from Glee where Quinn sings Say a Little Prayer for You with Santana and Brittany. I was a real big Glee kid, grade 6. So it takes me back to simpler times. Thank you. And I'll open up for questions and we can ask me questions.
We can just do some questions at the end too if people think of them then.
Okay, I can get started. I'm just waiting for the slide to change. Awesome. Hi, everyone. I hope your nights are going well. I have lots of updates for my portfolio. So just to start with peer support, we kind of started this as a peer support initiative, but I think we're probably going to extend the opportunity to the committees that, oh my gosh, my brain is losing it. To all my committees for my coordinators, I think we're likely going to extend this training to all of them. So essentially, we've hired an external training provider. They're called EGAL, to offer training that specifically speaks to supporting LGBTQ2+ community members with a specific focus on supporting transgender and non-binary students. This is training that we're providing first and foremost to our peer support volunteers on top of our kind of baseline training that we provide, but we're also going to be offering it to other services to kind of increase their capacity and training. We started a new podcast this month. It is called Students on Services. Check out our first podcast if you haven't already heard it. It's with my AVP peer support, Maddie Osborne. She highlights at a high level a lot of our different support services that we offer both at the USC and on campus. This isn't just pertaining to my portfolio, but for campus generally. I just wanted to provide an update on CMHA crisis counseling. CMHA made the decision to move all crisis counseling for the remainder of the semester to offer it virtually. It's going to be operating from Monday to Thursday every week until December 3rd, with the possibility to extend a little bit beyond that, but we haven't heard confirmation just yet. This is really important information that I encourage you all to share with your constituents, especially with the changing circumstances of COVID-19. A lot of services are being offered virtually at the moment, but that doesn't mean quality is different. And a lot of students, especially as we move into November, likely will need both knowledge of these services for supporting their peers and roommates, etc., but also for themselves. So I really highly encourage you to share those graphics related to CMHA crisis counseling and the changes that are happening with them being offered virtual. And lastly, if your council doesn't know a whole lot about peer support or food support services, we would be happy to give them a presentation and kind of offer some education on the services that we're providing, as well as any questions on maybe what the appropriate service may be for a student, depending on the type of support that they need. As well, Peer Programs is starting to offer discussion groups for a number of our different programs. Accessibility started their first discussion groups tonight, which is exciting. So I really highly encourage you all to follow them on social media. A lot of the peer programs are starting different discussion groups and focus groups. And I think where all of your councils play a really important role is in advertising those opportunities and tapping students that may be interested in both receiving the support as well as participating in these different focus groups, because they do also inform the coordinators' positions when they do things like equity-based advocacy with Victoria's portfolio. As well, for programming, I only included a couple things on my update, such as we had Enviro Week this month. I know a lot of you were sharing posts and we really appreciate it. As well, USC Charity is launching some pretty spooky things in the next few days, and all the proceeds go to food support services. So really highly encourage you all to check that out. There are a lot of different opportunities for artists on campus at the moment. We are looking for artists and musicians and things, both for virtual and New Violet, but also for a lot of different opportunities that are being advertised both on the USC socials as well as my different programs, social accounts, so definitely check those out. And last, I didn't include any of our updates in terms of kind of our general programming, but as I'm sure a lot of you saw on social media, we did do a mental health pop-up today to get more kind of resources into students' hands, as well as to encourage students to take a break and get outside, because I'm sure you can all relate to the fact that that is not happening a ton at the moment. So we're looking forward to other opportunities to continue to do that. So yeah, I'll leave that there. Lastly, as far as orientation goes, currently orientation staff applications are paused and will likely be released later this month. Current O staff is looking into things like how we are going to do all of our hiring for leadership as well as softs online. So that's kind of what's going on that front. So yeah, I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any.
Awesome. I'll probably hop in now, Megan, if you want to, or Melissa, if you want to switch sides. I know this is getting long, so I'll do this fairly quickly because most of the stuff you've seen come to council that I've been working on. So I think there's a couple of things I just wanted to tell council about and inform. We have been working on clubs training. Obviously, clubs have seen a big shift this year. And one of the things we're working on right now is engagement sessions. We've also run Zoom security sessions. I know there's been a number of concerns that come up from just interactions within Clubs Week and then obviously during events during the year. So we are running those sessions. I'm constantly working with Western on their WTS end to make sure that we're covering our bases on that. Obviously, there's just a shift in the actual clubs governance board is meeting now regularly, which has been great so far. All the voted members are engaged, and I'm excited to see what they get done this year. Health and dental plan, we have the first trust meetings. It's all established now, we're ready to go. Opt-out deadline is passed, so we're excited to roll into that. Bylaw 2, you saw everything come forward, so I won't touch on that quickly. But the transit piece of this, again, I'll just plug that I did drop a consultation form in the Facebook page. So if you have any concerns from your constituents moving into next year, we are renegotiating the LTC pass for next year, and we're starting that negotiation. So I would like to hear from you all. I do want to make sure that we have your voices there when we're talking about this. So please let me know. Please fill out the form, or even just email me or message me wherever you can. I'm interested to hear what you have to say. And then lastly, budget preparation. You'll see the budget come forward later in the semester. Hopefully it's not as long as a meeting, but this is the kind of like the grasping about executive visioning and making sure we're on the same page with all students for next year. So we've started that process in the USC. I'll shout out to the Makeup Inspiring Student Self-Esteem Club and Western Anime Club, as they have a Glamoween event, which is it looks really cool. I was looking into it earlier. And then Cowboy Brewing, obviously great place to go. So I'll move on from that. If you have any questions at the end or now, feel free to let me know.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mark. I'm going to keep this nice and short. I don't know if you guys can tell, but our team obviously went to Goderich because Matt shouted out Goderich and Mark shouted out Cowell Brewery. But yes, we did that over the weekend and it's wonderful. I would highly recommend. But from the communications and public affairs portfolio, digital engagement's been a big focus for us, obviously because of COVID. We want to make sure that we are still maintaining the same digital presence as we've always had and kind of bolstering it to ensure that all students are kept in the loop. To date, we've grown USC's digital engagement by 25% as of May 2020 levels. We're up to 12K followers on Instagram. We've also recently hired, recruited, and onboarded a new full-time digital strategist. He's really been helping us bolster our digital presence and kind of help us rebrand our visual identity on social and kind of mentor some of our interns that are coming into the portfolio. October was also a big month for campaigns for us. So we collaborated with Downtown London and we kind of worked with them to support some of the local businesses that are struggling in the downtown core to kind of build some goodwill and maintain some community relations. Enviro Week was also a big focus for us. Like Hannah mentioned, we put out quite a few posts kind of showcasing all of the great events that were happening for Enviro Week. Same goes for Financial Literacy Week. Mark's portfolio is doing some really great work alongside Penny Drops. So we've been really showcasing that and ensuring that students have all of the resources and tools that they need to thrive financially. World Food Day was also a big focus. Again, big shout out to Food Support Services, which is our on-campus food bank. That was really our main focus, was to ensure that students know that Food Support Services is always available to them and always available to support them. Health and safety, again, is a continued project that we've been spending a lot of time on. We're continually working alongside the City of London, the University, and the Middlesex London Health Unit to ensure that students have all of the information, whether they're heading home for the reading week or whether they're heading up for Halloween. So really ensuring that students are staying safe. We also have a project collaboration with Western alumni and the Smoke and the Wave. We are creating a new bagel flavor for the class of 2020. So please go vote for new bagel flavor. We're really stoked about that. We are also running a national affordability campaign. So the USC has led the development of a national affordability campaign with 9 other student unions across the country. So those include all of the schools that are a part of UCRU. Posts will be dropping for the campaign in the upcoming week. I urge you to please share, please participate in the letter writing campaign. We are really, really pushing all of these really great affordability asks that are going to make post-secondary more equitable and more accessible for students. And this is a really important issue, and we know that students are concerned about it this year. So I really urge you to participate in the campaign and really make sure that you're sharing the posts and getting involved. And then the last couple of things in terms of campaigns are surrounding elections. A big issue that our team identified this year was that elections were often inaccessible for USC insiders. So we are building out an elections toolkit to ensure that all students are on kind of an even playing field, and that they all have access to the same sort of information. So we are building out an elections toolkit, and then we are also building out an equity in elections campaign to ensure that students from marginalized communities are really encouraged to run in these elections. These perspectives matter, and it's really, really important to our team that we have as many students run in these elections as possible. I want to give a big shout out to my 2 associates. One of them is on this call and like really just being a trooper. Callista is on this call. So huge shout out to my 2 associates for working so hard on these campaigns. In terms of advocacy, we're again working on addressing issues including international student tuition, racism, Proctor Track. We've also developed surveys for international student tuition and digital learning. So please, please, please go fill out those surveys and share them with your constituents. Your feedback is super important and informs our advocacy. And then we recently presented our provincial budget asks, and there was a focus on Canada Student Grants, the Career Ready Fund, and the Women's Campus Safety Grant. So please look out for those, the upcoming Ontario budget in the next coming weeks. We've also engaged in a number of interviews with the Global Mail, the Western Gazette, and CTV and CBC. And then we've also pitched an op-ed to national media outlets surrounding affordability that kind of ties back to the national affordability campaign that I was talking about earlier. And the last thing that I'll touch on is that we've launched a Week at a Glance, where we're kind of showcasing all of the USC initiatives, campaigns, opportunities that are moving forward, so that students are always kept in the loop about what we're doing as an organization and that they're able to access all of the services that we offer. I'm happy to take any questions, but that's it for me.
All right, thank you everybody for your presentations. As Cam said, if you have any questions for any of the exec, feel free to ask those now before we vote on Turning Point. Okay, if there's no questions, is there any points of debate on the motion? Okay, if there's no points of debate, then we can go vote on Turning Point. Great, as long as the polls are open, we can vote there.
Polls are open. It looks like almost everyone has voted. Just a couple more people, so I'll give it another few seconds. All right, I'm going to close the poll in 3, 2, 1. Polls are closed and the motion passes unanimously.
All right, good to hear. Next up, we did executive reports, perfect. Next up, we have our Board of Directors report. Whenever you're ready.
Hey everyone, keep it short and sweet. The board has not been able to meet this cycle since we elongated our cycle a little more, but there are a couple important financial updates. So the Finance Committee met with our auditors, PwC, to discuss just our yearly audit for last year. There was really nothing of concern, no major issues there. And that has been approved by the Finance Committee and will be going to the board for final approval in a couple weeks. The other thing we did was we looked at our Q1 results. As expected, there was obviously a lot of variance from our budget. That's just what happens with a pre-COVID budget. But there was nothing really of concern, and our cash position is still really strong. That's really kind of one of the biggest indicators or benchmarks of health, financial health that we've been using. So no concerns there. We're feeling good, at least about the short term from a cash perspective. That's pretty much it. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Yeah, just go ahead if anybody has any questions. Okay, if there's no questions, then thank you very much for your report. Next up, we have the Governance and Finance Standing Committee report.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, I'll keep it short and sweet. Governance and Finance was pretty standard this week, or this past cycle. We just discussed the Bylaw 2 amendments as we voted on today, as well as reviewed the executive financials, as always. Important thing to note from that is that most of the costs have come through on the orientation program. But other than that, happy to take any questions on that as well, or in the future. Again, always encourage people to come out and listen to that. Always some great information coming out at Governance and Finance.
All right, if anybody has any questions for Councillor Baldwin, you can go ahead. But if there's no questions, thank you for your report. We can go on to advocacy. If there's somebody who'd like to report on that one, you're welcome to.
I figured I could take this.
Sure.
Okay, all right. So as some of you might have figured out, there was some turnover in terms of the EASC governance. So those elections have now been held. Hello. It will be me now. Exciting times. We had a really fantastic presentation from VP Metcalf about her tuition policy PCRs, and had a really great conversation about some of our concerns and feedback moving forward. And we're definitely looking forward to getting some updates from her in the next cycle. But other than that, there hasn't been anything too wild and crazy on the EASC side of things, but I'm definitely happy to answer any questions if you have any concerns about what we spoke about in terms of the tuition policy paper, which was the main focus of this month.
All right, thank you. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask those now. Okay, if there's no questions, then we can go on to our student experience report. Thank you for that report.
Hi, so at our last meeting, we were able to go over the athletics anti-racism training and really break down why that was really important to bring forward to council. We also discussed more as to what programs we want to look at and began the discussion of creating a possible final year report so that committees past this year can access what we've done as a committee and potentially for the other standing committees. So that's something that we started on as well.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, if there's no questions there, we don't have any board discussion items or new business. So at this point, I'll be looking for a mover in favor of termination.
Councillor Patadia.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder?
Councillor Mahako.
Thank you. Are there any objections to termination? Would anybody like to abstain? Okay, thank you so much for coming, everybody. We'll see you in a few weeks.
Thanks, Megan.
Bye.
Happy reading week, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Bye.